white children have a problem with going to schools and colonizing places, just killing people for absolutely no reason. Like, you cannot sweep that underneath the rug by saying, well, most school shootings are done by black people. Yes, there's an issue in the black community with gun violence. It needs to be addressed. It cannot be swept underneath the rug. Me as a black man, I cannot just hide facts just because I get offended or, my box hurts. Like, we have to deal with this issue. There's an issue in urban communities with young black men killing one another, right? Well, and the numbers, hold on really quick, the numbers don't lie. This is an issue. Likewise, there is an issue with white men and little children. White men inherently, right, are in crazy numbers having sexual relationships with children, and also white young men are going into schools and offing people. This is a fact. This is a reality. This is not, you don't have to turn this into like a, yeah, but this is what you do. Like, no, everybody has to take care of their own trash, bro. You have to admit this, right?
Yeah, so I did sense, it's good to see you, Liz, you're grown. So me and Rich were just discussing, at first he said he was being hyperbolic, but then he means...
Oh, no, I said hyperbolic about Muslims all being...
Wait, hold on. What just happened? Liz comes back in the room, and now we're gonna appeal to, like, I love Liz as much as the rest of you, but, like, why is this gotta be her burden? You guys got an argument?
Well, I just would like to know, essentially, from...
Oh, no, so you think you're gonna butter up her and take your case to her? Like, she don't want to know about this shit. Listen, the one thing I can tell you is that when people are making crazy arguments, that is not Liz's job to come in here and fucking referee this shit. It's not a job she wants.
I don't know. I mean, to me, I think the opinions of, black people when people are making...
Oh, I get it now. So because you're arguing on the behalf of black people, you saw a black woman come into the room, and you said, oh, maybe I get her on my side. Why don't you just make the argument? Hold on. I think everybody's opinion matters, including hers. What I would ask is why you felt the need to specifically invoke her name before you made your argument. It was very weird.
Maybe because in general, it's like, I felt she was being neutral at the lot of people in this room. Aside from myself, aside from Zion. But if she doesn't want to answer involved, then I respect that.
I love how you've deemed that you're the person that's unbiased, and then if somebody might agree with you, then they are also unbiased. That's very interesting. Very, very interesting.
Anyways, I mean, I won't ask Liz if she doesn't want to answer it, so.
I just came into hearing about school shooters and pedophiles.
Yeah, Richard was making the claim that,
no, I said that knowledge from Chill is rich. I posted a statistic that 97% of all school shootings, not factoring in mass school shootings, but just school shootings alone, 97% are committed by blacks. That was the claim.
Yeah, so 97% of school shootings are committed by black men.
Yeah.
And I asked you to provide data for that.
Yeah, I said I don't respect you enough to spend 30 minutes searching through kind of statistics to find the one knowledge.
30 minutes.
Oh my God, because you don't understand how fucking statistics work. Okay, so let's look at even when I did search
So it's not true.
this is when it comes up. I know exactly right. 98% are mass shooters are male. Yeah, that's what it comes up when you search.
You're deflecting, bro. It's looking bad.
Nope. There's a way to search it where the statistic will come up and it's 97%. I'm not saying that it's accurate. I'm only talking statistics. Yeah, but I don't respect you enough to spend 30 minutes looking for it, digging through all those fucking statistics.
I don't have to dig to find 75% of when I saw child pornography done by a white man, it doesn't take me 30 minutes, it takes me 30 seconds.
Wait, so you don't think it's underreported in the black community?
So
Why is the school shooting not reported? Is there a agenda? Do you think there's an agenda?
Wait, you don't think there's a shame amongst the black community of being homosexual?
It should be.
You're saying that you think that young kids should be shamed for being homosexual and or being molested?
I mean, come on, bro. What does that have to do with what we're talking about? Nothing.
yeah, this is essentially.
No, Necro, see?
That has nothing to do with what we're talking about, sir.
This is the side that you're on, Necro. Science side.
No,
He said that he thinks that kids who have been molested through homosexual acts should be shamed.
Rich, you've only given me excuses and confidence.
that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm
I've
saying.
asked you for idea. That's all I've asked you to do. And you provided nothing.
No, I said I don't respect you enough to actually spend time to look for it.
Yeah, you give excuses and you give.
No, you're just a fucking idiot on the internet.
Yeah, ad hominems.
Yeah, I don't mind.
Okay, so then I guess I dismiss everything you say because you're
I mean,
racist.
you can. Wait. Which definition of racism are you using then?
Yeah, hatred or bigotry or prejudice against someone.
No. The original definition of racism was the belief that one's race is superior to another's, which I do not agree with.
Yeah, and it's also.
Yeah, power, and you have to have power and authority over people, blah, blah.
So, I
Your
guess
liberal
it's
fucking arts fucking definition.
I guess it's not racist for people to treat you worse because of you being white. That's not racist.
No, if a person says that their race is superior, then yeah, that's definitionally racist.
That wasn't my question. So
I don't care if you're bigoted or prejudiced or an asshole.
But because of your race, and that wasn't the question, is that if you have it, if a black person treats you,
No, that's not racism.
treats you,
That's not racism. If a black person comes up here and says black people are superior, or a Hispanic person comes up and says Hispanic people are superior, then I would say definitionally that is racism.
that wasn't my question.
If a person claims that their race is superior to another person's race, that's what I define as racism. You can use whatever definition you want.
That wasn't my question.
I don't care if people are prejudiced. They can have prejudice or biases. That's fine.
You think
They can also mistreat people. I don't care if people mistreat each other.
I think Trump knows.
It's human nature.
I honestly don't think Trump is guilty because again, it would have came out.
You wanna swing your vines and fucking throw your shit like a two-minute bitch. You're like literally a fucking damn manifest of fucking jazzy penis. Like literally, you and Jazzy should procreate and make fucking ignorant little niggas. Because obviously, bitch, you get so triggered, you don't know comprehensional skills, you don't know how to fucking transmit. I'm surprised you don't have no education because you can't function in a discussion. I don't care. I'm a faggot, so what? You're a nigger, so
comes out and says that Pam Bondi months ago told him his name is in the files, is all over these lists. Don't you think that he should have stood right in front of the American people and told us and said, let's release the files unless there's something in there that's going to take him down?
Why would he do that? Why does he need to do that?
Well, JB, what you're saying, there is a possibility, and here's the thing, this is what we're saying. We're seeing it as, yes, we will agree that there is a possibility, but you guys aren't agreeing and meeting us halfway saying, hey, there's a possibility he may not be, and this is above his head, and this could literally destroy this.
Oh
could
my
never,
God, Sid, I love wait, Sid, everybody mute up, man, because I love Sid like a fat kid loves cake, but I think it's so comical when a Republican or somebody that leans Republican says, you won't meet us halfway. The Republican Party's not known for meeting anybody halfway.
Remember what I told you? Remember what I told you guys at the beginning? This, like, and Sig just kind of hit on it. This thing is so big that I honestly, truly believe, and this is with my background, and just this is an informed opinion, that this case is so big that it's a national security risk. That's why it's not going to come out.
So that being said,
need to keep in mind.
Robert, hold on a second, please. Let me, because I gotta welcome some new speakers. Unless you want to jump in, then I'm gonna go to 17, XG, and Cam.
So because it's so big, we just keep protecting those big people. So I don't care if Trump's not guilty. Good Lord, I'm hoping he's not guilty because how fucking embarrassing is it that the people of America put a pedophile in the fucking office? Like, I'm a teacher. Do you know how scary? Do you know? No, do you listen to what I say before you interrupt me? I just said, I hope that is not the case. I hope, because there's no evidence that there isn't, right? There's none. So my point is, now, because this is now, let's say it is bigger than Trump, now we keep protecting those people. Like, we keep protecting, we keep being the largest child traffickers here. I mean, we already have, 36, 37 states that still allow child marriage. You can fight me on that, but I know it's 36 or 37. Do we keep doing this? Like, I don't have an attachment to Trump being guilty. I hope he's not, because it's an embarrassment. This whole presidency is an embarrassment, but this would be like a knife to the heart. But what do we do? Keep protecting all these people because they're rich?
Well, that's what, again, if you look at Trump's support, it has gone down drastically since this whole Epstein thing. So you gotta understand, even people who are supporting Trump are losing interest in him, and they're pissed off about this. Dan Bongino's pissed, fucking Kash Patel's pissed. There's a lot of people who are support. Look at his fucking support polls and ratings. They're dropping down. So there's people even on the MAGA-tards are even pissed off saying, hey, we need to, because they understand how big this is. And it's like, no, we need to just go ahead and clean this out. Let's get it fucking clean. Just go ahead and release it. Figure out who the fucking pedophiles are and the extremely corrupt people are in our system, and let's clean it and start from fucking scratch. Everybody's on the same page.
What if there are innocent people on the list? Why should they be tainted by a bunch of BS?
Well, how about you don't hang out with known pedophiles, and your name won't be on the list, and you won't be guilty.
There you go. There you go.
Hanging out with somebody who's a criminal is not a crime.
No, I said, hold on a second. I said pedophile. I didn't say criminal.
It doesn't matter if they're murderers.
Wait a second, Norman. But pedophiles are a different breed of criminal, bro. They can't be fixed. They cannot be cured.
Hanging out with a criminal is not a crime.
Well, hey, you know what? Hold on a second. Do you listen to what you say before you say it sometimes? Because I gotta tell you respectfully, that was the stupidest thing I've ever heard you say. He's a pedophile. He's a different breed of criminal. They are stealing children's lives, bro. That's just the way it is.
I don't disagree, but hanging out with them is not a crime.
Then you shouldn't be hanging out with them. What is wrong with you? What are you saying, bro? Hold on, Cam. Hold on. You're telling me, Norm, you wouldn't allow your son to go hang out with Jeffrey Epstein?
No.
Of course not.
Yeah, but it's not a crime.
Okay, but he shouldn't be around him if you don't want to be labeled a pedophile or a pedophile adjacent. That's not wrong.
It's totally wrong.
Okay,
so,
let me go.
Now, I've done work in prison. You've had some associations that are similar. You're very open about it. Are you somehow?
This is not about me. I was never a pedophile.
Of course you're not. Of course you're not. That's exactly my point. And you deserve to have be free from such ridiculous accusations because somebody else did something wrong.
I give up. All right, let me say hello to 17. Hello, 17.
What's going on, JB? How you feeling?
I'm feeling good. How about yourself?
Real good, real good.
You want to chime in? I gotta take a breath because I want to go scorched earth, and I don't want to because I love this man.
I agree with what the Dream said completely. But I also listen. I've been around a lot of folks being from the hood. I've had friends that have been accused of things and found not guilty. I think it's very hard to know who you're associating with until you see their character in person.
Sharjee, let me just cut you off for 1 second.
Go ahead.
It was well known what that man was about. There was no secrets around Jeffrey Epstein. But please continue.
I mean, again, JB, and you heard my testimony on this before. At the end of the day, if you're running that big of an organization with sex trafficking, right, and you own an island and jets and shit like that, for one person, which was his assistant, to go to jail and no one else goes to jail, it's very obvious that there's a mass cover-up, right? So I'm not saying that it's not possible that someone could be sitting in that White House and not have been involved in it. I actually think it's very possible. I actually think it could be something at the White House for all we know. What I'm saying is you got to be very careful of assuming that someone is a criminal just because they knew or associated with a criminal. That's what I'm saying.
So, I was a New York City public school teacher. As I said many times before, I did it for 10 years. Many of my students committed crimes, many of them. I visited them in Rikers, I visited them in Allentown, I wrote letters on their behalf. Some of them were here without documentation. One of them was a boat person. One of them...
Alright, I'm not hearing this bullshit. You want a cap for criminals, that's on you. I know I'm an ex-con, but let me tell you something, bro. What you said today will stay with me for a while. Hold on, Robert. So I gotta say hello to Cam. Cam, what's good, bro? I got you, XG.
What's good, XG?
I don't understand the capping for a pedophile. That's just, I'm never gonna understand that, bro.
The thing is, like, people get so lost in the idea of what they're following, like, they lose all sense of, like, what's right and wrong. Like, that's why, like, the old saying, the road to hell is paved with good intentions. Yes, you have all of these good intentions on doing, like, so much good work, but you get so caught up on doing the good that you are literally killing people or hurting people or doing whatever. Like, I'll never understand people trying to defend Donald Trump, even possibly being, like, in close association with a pedophile, and not even, and I hate even that we gotta play this hypothetical game that he was maybe in close association with a pedophile when he's been on record saying, yes, Jeffrey Epstein is one of my closest friends. Like, there's no point in defending shit like that. Like, even if, let's say, one of your closest friends was doing some nefarious shit behind your back that you didn't agree with, and then you find out, do you hide your association with that friend now that you didn't already made it public? Do you try to disown yourself? Or, like, it just don't make sense. I never understand.
Thank you, Cam. Let me go to XG. XG?
Oh yeah, hold on. Before you start, XG, I got a few crazy PTRs for y'all. Like, I'm a post. Just pay attention.
All right, got XG.
Yeah, so before I hear more Chomo defending, basically, here's the reason as to why being associated with that type of criminality is wrong. And I'll give an analogy to make it make sense. If my best friend ended up befriending somebody who talks shit about me 24/7, doesn't do anything but belittle me 24/7, and talks negatively about me 24/7, I'm going to assume that my best friend is okay with that, because it's something I clearly don't like, but they're perfectly fine being around that person. So, in the same way, I can think, oh, okay, well, I don't want to hang out around a known pedophile. Yeah, it's not a crime to, but I don't want to be associated with that because I'm not okay with pedophiles. Then we have Trump hanging out next to a known pedophile. Yeah, it's not a crime to do so. It looks fucking horrible, at least morally. Why? Because it looks like you're okay with known pedophiles, and that pedophilia isn't a borderline for you, or isn't a boundary for you to go ahead and take off somebody off your friend list just because you want to make a couple dollars, or just because you want to have a fun time at a party, or a nice little connection. I'm sorry, but if I were in the same, this is what gets crazy to me, because for you, if some people hang out with certain Hamas people, or certain people that are associated with the Palestinian resistance force, all of a sudden,
then they become crazy left-wing supporters of Hamas, crazy left-wing supporters of this, etc., etc. So guilty by association with you is okay when it comes to the Palestinian conflict, but it's not okay with you when it comes to literal fucking pedophiles. So I'm actually really confused as to how you can play guilty by association in one side, and then on a more serious topic, at least when it comes to literal fucking children being sex trafficked, all of a sudden, you can't see how guilty by association, especially being associated with a fucking pedophile, is wrong.
I believe that you're very confused. I'm glad you were honest about that. That's the only thing I agree with you about.
I posted a link. I posted a link real quick. Don brought up a good point. I posted a link in the chat showing that Trump banned Epstein from Mar-a-Lago. Okay, and they hadn't spoken in 15 years. Again, so, you know, there is a possibility, folks, that you're running around with someone, you may not have the scoop, because you're not part of that M club, you're not part of the pedo club, and you don't know it. And once you find out some shit, then your reaction is to ban the motherfucker and say, get the fuck out of here, you creep.
Do you know what? Wait, hold on, everybody. Do you know why he was banned from Mar-a-Lago?
For hitting on somebody's daughter, underage daughter.
They were both trying to buy the same property. And that's what started the fight between Epstein and Trump. That had nothing to do with Epstein with underage girls. That had to do with a property for sex.
So this article was false.
4 years after Epstein's conviction for the first time. Yeah.
So, if I may, I think we need to, if we're using the word list, right? This is more than merely names on the list. Apparently, this is records, this is activity, this is more than just a list, right? Like, I'm hoping we can apply our cognitive here, right? It's about looking at a comprehensive trove of documents, right? So there be travel logs, there may be notes on when meetings or these events took place. It may be a list of things that were used to accommodate his guests. We don't know what these files have, right? What we do know is that there's a possibility that a prosecutor can look at the entirety of these files, connect some dots, and build a case, right, for illegal activity regarding children. What bothers me, as I listen to some of you guys, is just like your comfort zone with downplaying pedo activity. Like it's like like the casualty. I don't know. I have made my daughter rest in peace, right? My daughter have grandkids. I work with young people, and I know that that's a bell that you can't unring. When an adult traumatizes a kid sexually, that is a bell that you can't unring. It is something that person's going to have to live with for the rest of their lives. I don't care how much therapy you do. They're going to have to live with that for the rest of their lives. And I'm disappointed that as Americans, and brother, and I'll land with this, the gentleman said it, when it's convenience, everybody can associate. Like you can be on this app and say a few words. Automatically, people put you, say you're this, you're left, you're an extreme leftist or whatever the terms y'all use. But you can apply your common fucking sense and put this together and look at this and be concerned about it. You're so blindly have such a blind allegiance to a man whose track record is notorious, and you actually try to give him grace. It's disgusting, and I'm disappointed in the state that we are in America. I land.
Well, let me jump in here. Hold on. Let me jump in here real quick. And I'm not going to center it around me, but I agree with everything you said. Everything. I personally am a survivor of sex trafficking as a child, right? So this is a little punchy for me. So when somebody comes up and capes for a known pedophile, let me tell you something. Let's say I had a different life, and I'm hanging out with my friends, and somebody comes into that group, and I know he's a pedophile, bro, don't even come near me, bro. Just on morals alone, get the fuck away from me. Yeah, Ash.
No, I wanted to give what you and Robert said a minute, so maybe just a reset for the tons of new people that came into the room. So it was a pretty powerful little mic drop there. What do you think, JB?
That's fine. I mean, look, I'm okay. I'm not triggered or anything. I just, you become close to people, and then they say things that you just took your head, like what Arsenio Hall used to say, things that make you go, you want to listen. As an ex-con, as a former criminal, Right? Even on the streets, there's certain standards. You don't fuck with chomos. You don't justify for chomos. Never. That's why they're so protected in prison. So when you say, well, you know, and I gotta keep it real, 100%, that she was right. We can sit on stage, somebody can say, from the river to the sea, and then somebody will be like, oh, I agree with that. Oh, the person that agreed with it is just as guilty as the person that said from the river to the sea. Man, that bullshit, I'm calling cap all over these statements. This is bullshit, bro. Let's take the political party glasses off, folks. Let's be regular Americans with kids. And come as a father or a mother perspective, not a Donald Trump acolyte. Okay, no, I know you want to put.
Yeah, if there's anything in those files that is evidence of a crime, it should have been prosecuted already. And if it wasn't, then the person who did not prosecute that it could very likely be liable themselves. So I doubt very highly that there's anything incriminating in those files.
So hold on. Then why do you fight so hard to keep them from the public's view? There's nothing in there, Norman. Just release the motherfucking files, release the tapes, whatever we got to get to the truth finally. Maybe this is the enema that America needs to clean out that system.
Can I just ask one question to the audience? JV, is that okay?
Yeah, Dad.
So I just want to ask you all to take a moment and think. Question: why do you think Trump wanted Matt Gaetz to be the Attorney General?
Because he likes flying with 17-year-old girls too.
A payback, a favor, like, you know.
Why he wanted Matt Gaetz as Attorney General, which he knew it was never going to happen, was to get him out of his seat as a congressman, and he's going to put him someplace else. That was his political move all the way. But yeah, Rob.
Okay, and Dan, there's one thing I wanted to say. So if someone made that statement, like, you can't retract, so why would you release files on Dr. Martin Luther King? Why, like, who's sitting around the table and says and decides to do that? Like, how does this decision even come up that you release these freaking files? If we, like, from 60 years ago, and none of us were alive to put it into context. So you do it for
a distraction. It's all a distraction.
I think he did it to expose FBI corruption.
It's a racist distraction.
No, I think he was showing the corruption of the FBI. I think we all knew that Martin Luther King had affairs and stuff. I don't think that's such a horrible thing. I think they were showing how the FBI.
I released it though.
I think they were. He was showing that the FBI persecuted.
He's not asking what the FBI did. He's asking why the FBI did it.
Let me ask you that. What is the purpose? What need does it serve 60 years later to tell the American public something that they already knew?
To expose the corruption of the FBI.
If they were already persecuting him and the American public knew this, and we all knew why they were doing it, what is the purpose? What purpose does it serve? And you're saying, hold on, wait.
Why do you assume the American public knew that?
Hold on. You're saying to show the corruption of the FBI. What corruption does it show me that you were doing something that I already knew that you were doing because you told me you were doing it when you were doing it?
What you said doesn't make any sense, though. So that's not.
Wait, okay, I'll explain. I'm sorry.
It makes perfect sense to me.
It's okay. So it doesn't make any sense. You don't have to repeat it. It's not going to make more sense if you say it. So he was exposing the FBI persecution of Dr. Martin Luther King. He's using sunlight to disinfect the corruption in the FBI and the government. I think that was a good.
So wait. So why couldn't he put sunlight on the Epstein files that he was being asked to release around the same time?
Because what is the wrongdoing in the Epstein file? Nobody is sitting there.
Hold on. We don't know because he won't release the files. What are you saying, Norm? Give us the files and then we'll say. Hold on.
You guys are making up stories in your head about stuff.
Dude, this is one of the biggest pedophiles that had in like the world. Like, I mean, you can't say there's nothing in the file. There's hundreds of names. It's disgusting. It's embarrassing that our president is even connected to this.
And Mr.
Who's he gonna do?
If it's not gonna hurt anybody, it's like if it's not gonna hurt anybody, then what's the point in not doing it? It's like putting on hand sanitizer. If your hands are dirty, what's the point in not putting it on? It's gonna clean it anyway.
The point in not doing it is that innocent people will be accused of shit that they didn't do if there's their hands on lips. Wait, one second, Cam. With no purpose. Hang on, stop interrupting me. Talk after me.
Hey, how about we all just try 5 mics? No, Norm.
No, don't interrupt me. Let me finish.
No.
You guys
Hang tight. 5 mics at one time does not work. So we have to figure out how we learn one person and the next person. I can't even understand what you guys are saying.
I don't know.
What's not making sense? Can I ask what's not making sense from Norm's perspective right now is you have this whole idea that, at least when he asked Cam, how do you know that the American people knew the majority of that, at least for the file that was released on MLK, right? Well, that's because the majority of us looked into it beforehand and knew the majority of what happened. And he was basically asking, how am I supposed to be, what light does it shine on information that light was already shown on by the agency themselves? That's what had been asked originally. Then afterwards, he decides to go on some fucking random tangent talking about, you can't prove anything happened. You can't prove anything happened, blah, 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 with all this shit. And, then we can't release the file because there's nothing exposed inside of it. And innocent people are going to go ahead and get convicted of something or get accused of doing something they didn't do. Well, guess what? If the file is a nothing burger and they're getting accused of something they didn't do, wouldn't that same fucking file exonerate them?
Exactly. So hold on, everybody get up. We're gonna go to Sig, Big Stank, and I want to welcome Eve, Liddy, and Blake to the stage again. Sig.
I was gonna say not necessarily. This is why if you talk to any lawyer, they'll tell you even if you're innocent, shut the fuck up. When the cops are interviewing you, shut the fuck up. You could be 100% innocent, but your words can get twisted, things can get more, things can get fucking perverted, and you can say something and slip up in your innocence and actually implicate yourself. So that this is a common practice. A lawyer will tell you this.
Yeah, but you know what's saying? And I've been in that situation. If there was going to be a file that was going to exonerate me, I'd be like, bro, here's a combination to the lock. It's in Penn Station. Go get the file. Let me prove my innocence instead of burying that shit. Find the lawyers. So, man, Big Stank, hold on, everybody. See, you got to chill. I got you. So I'm going to go to Stank, and then I'm going to go to Eve, Liddy, and then Blake and see. Go ahead.
I think the only one I'm going to see quick, so don't worry. I think the interesting thing here about Normo's argument is it's a parallel argument that was being made for MLK. He's saying the same thing that the people said then. We can't release the files, innocent people will get harmed. And then they released it 60 years later, like the other brother was saying, when it doesn't matter. Now, Normo is using the same exact logic to protect Trump by saying, well, there's nothing there, innocent people will get harmed, and now we're going to have to wait another 70 years to find out that there was something there, and people will be having the same conversation. Well, why did they release the file? We already knew Trump was messing with kids. So you're making a circular argument that was already used before. So I don't think it holds any weight right here.
Thank you, Big Stank. But hold on, I'm going to get the cue going. E. Liddy, how you doing? E. Liddy. Okay, E. Liddy's not there. Blake, what's good, Blake?
I'm here, bro. I'll go after. What's up, man? What's up? What's going on?
What's up?
Just, innocent people, innocent children in droves were harmed and continue to be harmed because we pacify, we support, and we continue to allow a government to allow these things to happen in and outside of our juicy circle. And if it's a nothing burger, then what's the harm? Because saying that innocent people will be harmed, look, innocent children have been harmed. And the American people are really tired of all of this, these games that the government is able to play with, holding files up, holding information up for 30 years and then drop it when it doesn't matter anymore. The deal is this, man. If you want to keep protecting pedos, just stay that. But let's not play no more games. Like, this is the end. Like, you're going to have people separating from the MAGA movement over this because you don't want to be real about what's going on with this stuff. Like, let's keep in mind, the Prince. If anybody has watched the Prince's interview with 60 Minutes, you can tell me there's a nothing burger there. If anybody want to look at what happened with Epstein in jail, try to pretend like that's a nothing burger. How many coincidences do we have to get some correlation to something that's fishy? Like, are you really that, like, I don't want to be insulted, but like, man, come on, are you really just going to keep saying, oh, it's nothing there? I don't know, it's a coincidence, guy hung himself from a 3-foot boat. The madam involved in this whole thing gets convicted of trafficking, conspiracy to traffic with no co-conspirators or no client list. Like, who was she trafficking to? She was trafficking to herself. It's just her, Epstein, and they were just trafficking to themselves. Like, that's the big, conspiracy. Like, come on, man. Like, you know what it is. The reason why this ain't coming out is because we're going to have to accept the fact that a lot of our heroes and so-called heroes are on this list. That's what we're going to have to come to terms with.
You mean hold on, man. No, I know you want to center everything around you, but you got to chill for a second. Because, Blake, you and I have been around each other for a few years, and we don't line up politically, but, man, I've never agreed with you more than what you just said. 100% agree with you, man.
Can I add to that?
Can you hold on a second, because you go after E. Liddy, and then you? E. Liddy, go ahead.
Listen, bro, I'm going to be quick. So, first of all, I just want to say I don't fuck with nobody who fucks with kids or any of that. Rape and none of that shit. I don't care if I align with you politically or any of that. All I'm saying is, I just find it really fucking weird that the push for it is now, when Trump is in office. Biden was in office for 4 years. This man was convicted in 2019. That's when Trump was in office. But, I mean, the election was 11/6/2024. I mean, for the last 3 or 4 years, I wasn't hearing 24/7 mainstream media, oh, we want the Epstein list, we want the Epstein list. Y'all don't give a fuck about the Epstein list. You just want it out now because you think that it's going to harm Trump. Now, I'm going to be very fucking clear. I am a huge supporter of Trump. But yes, if I was to read the Epstein files and I was to see that he was fucking with some young children and fucking with just, raping women and all types of shit, no, I wouldn't fuck with that. And probably would have to look at that probably. Yes, I would look in the mirror at myself and be like, bro, you really want to support some shit like that? I could be 100% real with that. But I'm not going to take some bullshit-ass fucking propaganda piece from the Wall Street Journal that says just because, Trump has been notified that he's in the Epstein files that, all of a sudden that's just what it is. No. I mean, we've seen pictures with him and Epstein. We've seen many people some of you who have been voting for all these Democrats and Republicans since before I was fucking born that was fucking with Epstein. So both sides, in my opinion, are going to be fucked over. And last point, and you guys can take this how you want to, I feel like America's closest ally will be harmed the most. And Norm knows exactly who I'm talking about. And I feel like that's another reason why it's not coming out. But once again, yes, if I do find out that Trump...
Who are you talking about?
If I do find out that Trump is fucking with children, I can't fuck with that.
Is there any evidence that Epstein was in the Mossad? If so, please tell us now.
All right, hold on, everybody, hold on.
What are you talking about?
Okay.
Your best is in a science fiction.
Okay, listen, Norm. He's entitled to his opinions like you're entitled to yours. You can like
Yeah, but he's not entitled to make up facts.
Why not? You do.
Because what fact did I make up? What fact did I make up?
I'm going to the next guys.
What fact did I make up?
Guys, I'm going to start kicking people out. Okay? I'm not just talking about today, Norm. But let me go to C because she's been patiently waiting. Hello, C. See, are you there? Well, there's no mic control.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm here. Hi.
Yeah.
So I just wanted to just reconfirm like what the history is, because Epstein actually got arrested in 2006, July 16th, 2006. So I have to ask the audience, why do you think that he got such a sweetheart deal in the state of Florida for being a pedophile? He was actually, punished to go to prison, but he was released during the day, 12 hours out during the day, and 12 hours and he was asleep in prison. Why do you think that they would allow to have a pedophile actually get away with and have such a sweetheart deal? I mean, you have to really seriously consider that.
Hey, see, let me ask you a question. Do you know who the prosecutor on that case was?
No, I don't actually. I
His name is Alexander Acosta, who wound up becoming Trump's labor secretary. But please.
Okay. Right. So that's what that's my, exactly. So people are given sweetheart deals when they're pedophiles. I mean, period. I mean, so how did that happen in the state of Florida? So you have to go back in history, because this is not just 2019. This goes way back. And it is serious. And obviously there's things that he does not want to have uncovered. I don't even want to know about this. They're claiming Democrats. Look at I don't want to know about this. It's disgusting. It's embarrassing. It is sick. And there is more to this and that's exactly why I do think that he wanted Matt Gaetz, if there was a chance to have Matt Gaetz as Attorney General. He wanted him because he needed protection from this sick behavior that he had in his past. It's unbelievable.
Thank you. Hold on a second. I want to give Norm 2 minutes. If anybody interrupts Norman, I'm kicking you off the stage. Okay, Norm?
All right, thank you. I don't think I need 2 minutes. So, from memory, Jeffrey Epstein was convicted in Florida of getting a massage from a underage girl, not pedophilia, but a femophilia, meaning a teenager, on one occasion. As far as I know. Now, my memory is not perfect. You can let me know. He had 2 excellent attorneys because he was a rich guy, and they gave him a plea bargain for his first offense. And that's why. It wasn't pedophilia, and it wasn't some sex ring or something. It was a massage from a teenager.
You wouldn't get that. You wouldn't get that.
Hang on. And there's no evidence that he knew that the girl was underage, or that she presented herself as such. One time. That's why he got the deal. He had good attorneys. 2 of the best in the business. By the way,
I'm going to jump in here, because I can't listen to this bullshit. Norm, do me a favor, don't talk about things. I think you captain to this fucking rapist pedophile is so vile right now, man. Like, I'm keeping it real. For you to sit up here and say, oh, it was only convicted of this. Did you hear what this young woman just said? The sweetheart deal of a lifetime. He was sentenced to prison time, spent days out of prison at his office, his luxury office. What are you drinking today, bro? But you're out of your fucking mind. Respectfully. So I gotta step aside for 2 minutes to the other mods. Please, because I can't listen to that fucking trash anymore.
It's not just that. It's the fact that
he knows why he was defending them, and this is why I said what I said.
That making the distinction between pedophilia and pedophilia was somehow meaningful.
If 1 versus 100, if one child under, that is serious shit. You're messing up a child under 18. That is very serious. I'm sorry, I take it very serious, and I feel it's a disgrace for all women, and it's on.
Can I? Who was that, Blake? Dude, this Cam. Oh, hey, Cam, go ahead. And then I see Blake, and then I saw Grace on the serious question. Is a child innocent more important than your freedom? Like, real life. Is a child's innocence, meaning their innocence as a child, is it more important than your freedom or your temporary detainment? Because that's what it sounds like when you say innocent people will be hurt. Well, innocent children were raped and sex trafficked. So is their innocence more important than someone's temporary detainment? For if they were innocent, then they will be temporarily detained.
But there's also that stigma, because if you are an innocent person linked to pedophilia, even if you're proven innocent without, question, there's still that stigma and you still risk public ridicule, criticism online. I understand your point, but no, and I don't think anybody on this stage would want to be linked with such heinous accusations, knowing you're innocent, even if you're, briefly detained, temporarily detained, questioned for a few hours or over a week or for an extended period of time. That's stressful, because when all that's over with, you still have to deal with the stigma of being accused of pedophilia. So there's
Hey, guys, mute up for a second, please. To the bots, I can't bring up Norm because I've moved him so many times. Can you please bring him up? Thank you.
I'm up, JB. What you're talking about now, though, that's called accountability. Sometimes you have to take accountability for things even when you're innocent. Like, if I'm innocently, I can't remember who, I was watching Deontay Kyle on his podcast. He was talking about if you were riding in the car with somebody, and let's say you got a ride from somebody, you were without transportation, you got a ride back home from work, and that person you got a ride with did some illegal shit, and they technically got away with it, but the police were looking for them. And anybody associated with them, when they find them, or if they find you, you are going to be arrested for not coming forward and taking accountability for being alone with them and saying, hey, I knew about this, I'm going to say something. Because you didn't take accountability, you are now at fault.
Well stated. Well, let me ask you this. And I'm not defending Epstein. I'll make this really clear. Because I know Blake, I see you, Blake. I did say Blake first and Blake. I'm not defending Epstein. Let me make this clear. Cam, and everybody on stage. Cam, if you and I were friends, okay? Let me take Epstein out of the picture. If you and I were friends and you had some sort of Epstein-like reputation, and I'm like, bro, you got an Epstein-like reputation. You're like, no, that ain't me. I'm like, bro, I've never seen you do anything. I've never participated in any action on these charges, et cetera, et cetera. It's all rumor and speculation, which you deny as a friend. So I have to take your word as a friend. I've never met any so-called victims or anybody that you victimized. And then the police, in their investigation of you, end up in my
Director Gabber, give me your response to what we have the intent or capability to try to impact the outcome
I'm now
in the
linked
U.S.
to pedophilia because you are linked to that or whatever heinous activity you were involved with. You see what I'm saying?
No. You wouldn't be accountable or for my actions or anything like that. What you would be accountable for is
110,000, 220,000, 330, 440, 550, 660, 770, $880,000 worth of gold. If we want to make it $1 million, we add the okay, so that is over $1 million worth of gold in front of you, and we're here with Isaac. We are LLC.com. This is where I get my gold. TraxLC.com is where you want to get your gold jewelry. 110.
Which type of movie though? How cute!
Look up Bar's dad. Bar's dad is the one who
Sick.
gave
I didn't
his
realize that's
first big job at that school. And after that, he just mysteriously keeps getting, jobs that he's completely unqualified for, that most of us would dream of having, and having the kind of money that we dream of having with the kind of lack of skill set this man has. Understand why we have, I'm going to repeat this.
What you said was
of this chain.
Alive for now, alive for now.
Yeah, alive for now. Yeah. Convicted. She was convicted of something. She was convicted of more than just whatever term Norm used for the opposite of pedophilia. But anyway, she was convicted of something heinous.
No,
and
pedophilia is love of teenagers.
Yeah,
not the opposite. It's just different.
I appreciate clarification. I'm just saying, look, I did a work with, conspiracy to traffic minors with Jeffrey Epstein, and she has no co-conspirators. There's never been a point in time where the feds or the authorities go after the head of an organization without having co-conspirators that got them and led them to that point. That's like saying we just brought down El Chapo.
Some concerned citizens decided
drugs to anyone. We have nobody that can sell drugs to. So let's just be real, man. Like, this is happening, and we're letting it happen. And I just want to let JB know something, bro. We ain't never misaligned on our politics. We just misaligned on what we think about certain things. I've always stated that MAGA is more than Trump, and MAGA gonna move on. We brought Trump out here. MAGA existed before Trump came around. So, everybody that's a Trump tard right now, I've been rolling with Trump for a long time. But anybody that's on the Trump train is going to have to examine their politics and their morals very closely and look beside a man and look into your morals and who you stand with.
Thank you, Blake. Great. Alan, no. Yeah, Alf, no. We have a cue.
Yeah.
Thank you. I always get you in. So I'm sitting here listening, right? I'm just going to say it, and Sig of free speech absolutist. I love the man. I am not. Because if you're going to come on my stage ever and become a pedophile apologist, please don't come to my rooms. I don't give a fuck. There's just certain lines I won't cross, and that's definitely one of them. So if you're going to come up here, I promise you, not only will I, great, if you don't stop unmuting, I'm going to ban you from the fucking house. Relax, bro. So I'm just going to say that now. If you're a pedophile apologist, please leave the fucking spaces now. Right now. So yeah, you're going to go grape in an Allen.
About to say real quick, JB, even that, I wouldn't condone. I don't condone anything fucking with children or apologizing for it. So just for the record, I am free speech absolutist, but not for that shit, not that.
Sig, I absolutely wasn't talking about you. I promise. But let's go to grape before he has a stroke.
Yeah, I don't want to be in a room with anyone that has even sympathy for child molesters. No tolerance for any of those people. I think it's a shame that this has become so political, right? It's a shame that people are looking to use child abuse to attack their political enemies. So I would love to see in America where we have a bipartisan commission with half Republicans and half Democrats. Investigate the child molesters, put every fucking child molester in prison, but have it done by a neutral party. I don't like this bullshit politics where the leftists in the room want to frame Republicans, and I don't like the opposite. I'm done.
I just think that's funny that you say that, because the whole room, and not just today, you've been pointing the finger at the Democrats. And I've been saying this is not about party affiliation. This is bigger than that. To tell you the truth, I think this might be the beginning of getting rid of the establishment, whatever is down in Washington, D.C.
Hopefully.
But let's go to Alan. Alan, go ahead.
Yeah, a few things. First of all, again, in the 1,000+ pages of testimony throughout all those trials, Trump's name came up only 2 or 3 times, and in both cases, it was not connected with any wrongdoing. I know this because I got the document, I downloaded it, and I did the search myself. So that's number one. Second of all, as someone pointed out, again, it bears repeating. We've seen pictures of Trump with Epstein, lots of people with Epstein. So, the fact that something came out today is nothing new. The other thing is, I watched, there was a video today by Nate, the lawyer, and it relates now to Ghislaine Maxwell. Now, yes, she's a piece of shit. She trafficked women. She deserves to be in jail. However, here's the problem. In order to convict Jeffrey Epstein, they gave all of his co-conspirators, named or unnamed, immunity. And then they went, that was in Florida, but then in New York, they prosecuted her. There's a case, she sued, it's gonna go, the Supreme Court may or may not hear it. If they hear it, this was the same thing that they got, that why Bill Cosby got out of jail. Because of the same thing. One prosecutor said, we're giving you an immunity, and another one said, no, we're not gonna do that. Here's why this is important. If she gets out of jail, she's going to be able to talk. And I think that's why the Trump administration is meeting with her. I don't think to shut her up, if we assume that Trump is innocent here, I don't think to shut her up. Then I think it's more, okay, who are you going to name, and how about you name Democrats, but don't name any Republicans?
Alan, here's the problem I have with this meeting that they're having with Ghislaine Maxwell. Not that they're meeting with her. They're meeting with her in prison, so none of us will be privy to what's being said, and we won't hear any testimony from this woman. That's a problem.
And it's Donald Trump's private attorney that's meeting with her. That's the whole thing.
That's the normal place to meet a criminal is in prison, where they are. And as I said at the very beginning, if you want any of the evidence of what was going on with Jeffrey Epstein, make a deal with Ghislaine, the S is silent, Ghislaine Maxwell. She knows all the particulars, who, what, where, when, why, and how. Offer her a deal, and she'll sing. Very simple.
Well, look, here, it's an important case, because a lot of times what prosecutors will do is they'll go after the lower level management of a criminal organization, and they get them to turn on the big guy.
Not a lot of times, Alan, always. That's the rule.
Norm, I don't need your help, Norm, but thank you.
Well, the room does, clearly.
No, I have complete confidence in the ability of the room to understand.
Stick around for a while, you'll change your mind.
Norm, that's okay. But Norm, I'll close with this, and here's the problem with what you said, Norm, as a buddy of mine. You didn't need to bring up that distinction between pedophilia with children and pedophilia with teens. They're still children. It's similar to saying, well, I really didn't rape her because I didn't put my dick in all the way. I mean, it's that level of disgusting.
No, it's not really. There's a huge difference.
She was looking for everybody that understands, and if you have a child, you understand that teenagers are still children.
And they also have
she was barely a teenager at that. She was fucking 13.
Who's the she in that sentence?
Say that again, Ken.
Who's this?
He is a top level creep, bro. Like, I don't understand.
Well,
I mean, to even think that the clarification in pedophilia in a conversation of innocence of a child even fucking matters is insane.
It does matter because there's a clinical distinction.
Stop talking.
There's a clinical distinction. If you don't get it, that's fine, but that's a fact.
Norm, we understand the clinical distinction. The problem is the fact that you feel compelled to educate the stage that there is a distinction. It doesn't matter.
I think the facts are important. If they're irrelevant to you,
hold on a second. Everybody, hold on a second. I'm going to be very, and I'm not trying to even dox this dude. I don't know if you're gaslighting today, Norm. You had a bad day. But I'm going to keep it real. You definitely 100%. I know I'm not the only one that feels this way. You sound like a pedo apologist.
What is
I can't say, hold on.
When did I apologize to somebody?
Okay, because you keep fucking bringing up shit that doesn't even make sense. The guy
what
could,
doesn't
you're
make
like,
sense?
well, he was only convicted of getting a massage.
That's true.
Right there. Okay, you know what, Norm? I think you need to just take a break, maybe leave Clubhouse for a while, but I'm not dealing with you. I'm so disappointed in you. I'm throwing him out. Fuck him.
Yeah, I think trying to be objective to a fault like he is like, hey, bro, like, are you gonna be human at some point? Like, this is wild.
Yeah, there was nothing he said that didn't make me think he's apologizing for the activities of pedophilia. I'm sorry. And Alan, you brought up a good point. I don't need to know the difference between a 7-year-old and somebody has a crush on a 15-year-old. It's all the same sick shit, bro.
No, but the way he was
That's in my opinion.
The way he was trying to reframe it was even worse. It was even worse. I was trying to reframe it because the person was only 13. It wasn't even like it wasn't even a teenager. This was a teenager that just started being a teenager. We were talking.
I agree. Everybody, hold on. Let me say hello to Moose and then KP. What's up, Moosey?
Hey, JB. I'm good, man. I'm just listening for now, but absolutely, like, you gave Norm gave you no choice. Like, that was 100. That's not, like, what he just did has nothing to do with politics. That was an absolute, like, petty apologist. Like, well, but there is a big difference. And, well, you know, was she wearing a lot of perfume and makeup? I mean, that's where that line, that question lining, and the line of questioning is going. It's repulsive, and you know, we need to thank you for handling that.
Well, like I said, he was my friend. I feel bad for throwing him out, but you know what? It's just, I'm worried if he really believes what he's saying, or he's just trying to gas. Because Norm gaslights, and he told me he does. But does he really believe what he's saying? Because that's some crazy shit that he's saying, and that makes me want to go next year. I get it, but here's the thing. We're talking about people being guilt by association, being adjacent to creeps. I'm saying he's my friend. I want to maybe evaluate them because I like him. Maybe I need to have a talk with him offline. This is a little crazy. The shit he's saying.
No egg, no carb, no fat,
you know, I find it, here's the thing.
Here's how you
The hypocrisy, not just with Norm, but a lot of
I got
people.
this for you. Yes.
Issues like this have never impacted him in his life. So he can't understand how triggering it could be to other people.
Yeah, like that.
You know, he's just he's staying on that train, bro.
So now,
He's staying on that train. As a teenager, people like teenagers. We're not talking about 7-year-olds, we're talking she was a teenager. Bro, 13 years old, she just started getting a period. What the fuck are you talking about, dude?
They translate more than 70
And that makes me nervous. Hold on now.
He might be one of them.
Hold on, hold on a second. No, Norm's not a pedophile.
And the speakers are right there. You can also listen
Lord,
to
are you there?
music, answer phone calls, and it translates.
All right, get it down and then.
Wait a minute, let me get a closer look. You're still cute, sorry, wait, I did.
The fact that I
Need a free phone? Listen up. If you're on SNAP, Medicaid, SSI, or Section 2...
You still double down on it. I just didn't get confused.
Let me jump in for 2 seconds. Let me just say this to the group. Sorry, Cam. I know Norm in real life, right? He's not a pedophile. He sounded like a pedophile apologist today. I don't know if he was gaslighting, but I'm going to find out. But he's definitely not a pedophile. So, guys, leave it alone with him. I threw him out. Him and I'll have a talk. We'll see what happens. Okay, Cam. Oh, what's up? Hold on, Cam. What's up, KP?
What's going on, brother Jay? Say,
chilling.
Yo, what's going on in the rest of the stage? Peace and love.
Yeah. Yeah, Sig, and I see that, Sig. People just want to jump all over that shit and disparage. Listen, I have enough issues with Norm. I don't agree with them on everything when it comes to Israel. We fight about that. I'm still a Zionist. Doesn't mean I don't like the man any less. But there's just certain things, bro. You gotta use a little common sense in your head. Okay, Cam, and then I'm gonna just get.
Yeah, just real quick, JB, and that's the one thing I don't tolerate is accusing. So I guess C, you're the one that said maybe he might be one of them. Yo, yeah, fuck you, man. You know, it's so quick to just jump off and accuse someone of being a pedophile. You know, yeah, Norm's saying some weird shit, but again, if you don't have any evidence that a man has committed anything heinous like that, quit sticking that shit to motherfucker's name just out of fucking convenience, man. I'm so sick of women doing this shit, bro. We'll go.
The problem that I have with like language like that is that's where like you get when, and I'm not like I'm not trying to like make an excuse for it or anything like that, but that's where you get people trying to add the P into the LGBTQ community. Like you're trying to, and then, well, before I say that, what you're doing when you do stuff like that is that you ally people who have absolutely nothing to do with that, or you put them in association with that, and they have no place there, and that's just. I don't know, when you get into making excuses like that's the clinical definition and stuff like that, like that's where you expect to be stuff into dangerous territory, because some people, you don't know who's listening. Some people might take you seriously and then it might go somewhere else. I mean, yes, it is just Clubhouse. I could just be exaggerating, but still at the same time, it's a very likely possibility.
Thank you, King. First of all, guys, this is something Trump plus Epstein equals the fallen house of Trump. I told you guys. He's on something. Hello, Elizabeth. Gary, James, how you doing? How you doing? Happy to that's Adele in the house. Love Adele. Richard, how you doing? Rich, good to see you. Heidi, how you doing? Brant, Nicholas, guys have taken cash it in. This guy down in the VIP section, Mr. Hopkins, leaves him down there. He's an idiot. Guys got paid taking cash it in. Today, raffle prize, you should get to be a mod in a masculinity match. Doesn't matter your gender. Guys, a little popcorn style. Grab the mic if you want. Nobody has nothing to say, we'll all talk out.
I think we're just still in shock over the whole North thing.
Wait, I have something to say. I was just being generous. I was just being generous.
Bro, I called on you twice.
Oh, my bad, bro.
It's all good, go ahead, Jack.
Yeah. So at the end of the day, when we're talking about this Epstein, you know, at the end of the day, if Chris Tucker was on it, and I think Chris Tucker was there's an interview with Chris Tucker where he was interviewed about being on that list and being on that I think it's the Lolita Express to go to wherever, and he addressed it. You know, he was forthcoming with it, so to speak. He was honest. He was like, yeah, man, I was on there. It was a whatever type of situation. So, and based on Chris Tucker's testimony, for me, I can, you know, I move with the assumption that just because you're on the list, it doesn't mean that you're partaking in the debauchery, in the side of it that is degenerate behavior. You know what I'm saying? So when we're talking about Trump being on the list, I'd like to hear about why Trump is on that list before I draw my conclusion. So until Trump speaks to, you know, I'm on that list, I was in the Lolita Express because of this, or I was at his mansion because of this, you know, at this point in time, just being on the list doesn't, you know, I think it's something known as the mens rea or mea culpa in law, when it comes to law and Latin, you know, so it's the culpability aspect and you know, the intent of the mind of the person while they're interacting in some type of situation. So when it comes to, you know, Donald Trump, until he speaks for himself and explains, I was on this at this time and date, the same way that Chris Tucker did, because Chris Tucker did it. You know, Chris Tucker didn't try to duck it, and to me that, you know, sheds a light. You know, it's especially speaking about, you know, these prominent individuals. You know, individuals that are in the either they're very famous or they're very rich, and you know they're part of some type of network. You know, but it doesn't mean that they're indulging themselves in degenerate behavior. You know what I'm saying? I mean, but at the same time, there is the argument of guilty by association. You know what I'm saying? But again, the First Amendment of the United States of America, the United States of America, Constitution of the United States of America, you have a freedom of association. Now, how you associate with some people and how, you know, that is entirely up to you and how you express that beyond a shadow of a doubt, so to speak. So, yeah, like, when it comes to Trump, I think he's trying to maintain his legacy, you know, with his presidency, and, you know, like, becoming the president is something none of us can speak of. Like, we don't have any experience in becoming the president of the United States of America. You know, factor in the fact that you have the codes or the goal of nuclear weapons and all that good stuff, the football, like they call it, so to speak. You know, like, we don't know what it means. We don't know what it means to be the president of the United States of America. So, however Trump is interacting, we just have to, I'd say we should give it time for him to express why he would be on that list.
Thank you, Lord. So, to the other mods, Sig, Big Stink, Nye, KP, I'm going to go eat. You guys want to keep it open or you want to close it down?
Yeah, we can keep it open.
All right, I'll be back a little later.
Yeah, I think the political reality. Yeah, it was popcorn last I heard. I think this will be quick. The political reality is, if a list comes out with whoever's on that list, it's going to be like Ricky says. They're going to have a lot of explaining to do, and I think it'll be political. What's the word? Political dynamite to their careers.
Exactly.
So, including Trump.
After
Real quick, so when have you ever known the government or any organization, police, law enforcement, to release information during ongoing investigations?
They rarely do that. They rarely do that.
That's right. So I believe,
I agree with that.
real quick. So I believe that they are investigating the original list, right? They would be irresponsible not to. And they're investigating, they're just not telling the public. And that's no news, right? So I think that's where we are.
And I'm just seeing someone that's presenting, Hillary Clinton's emails. Like, Hillary Clinton would have won in 2016 if it wasn't for those emails. From my perspective, observing, because the effects of her private emails and transactions, whatever it was, they became prominent towards the end. Like, they were being put out between September and October of 2016 is when that started being a real question, and that would have been an element of impeachment for her. And that's why Donald Trump won. Because if you look at the popularity, Hillary Clinton won. You know what I'm saying? By the popular vote, Hillary Clinton won. By the vote, what do they call it? What's that other way? The electoral college. That's how Donald Trump won. But by the popular vote, Hillary Clinton won back in 2016. But it was because of the fact that she was being bombarded with questions about emails that occurred while she was a Secretary of State, which would have come up with her to her capacity of becoming, you as the president, while you were the Secretary of State, you couldn't do any of this, blah, 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 blah. So with you as the president, how the fuck can we trust you to be able to, govern the country in this way, blah, 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 et cetera, et cetera. And even back in, even with this last election, look, if it was Hillary Clinton versus Kamala Harris, I would have voted for Hillary Clinton. And anybody that voted for Kamala Harris is a fucking dunce. Y'all just fucking idiots. But in any case, at the end of the day, Donald Trump ran twice. Both times it was against women, and both times he won against women. So that should also again tell you about how the political structure is with Donald Trump being in his presidency, and what it takes for him to secure his legacy as a president. So again, like I'll just summarize it with the fact that Donald Trump, oh man, and this is his first year. This is actually the first year in his second term. So I'd say let's give it until this time next year to see where he stands, you know, and the effects of the policies that he's implementing, be it the tariffs, etc., before we call his legacy and his presidency, and then also trying to throw in these red herrings, because that's what they are. It's absolute bullshit. It is a red herring, right? It is actually akin to Hillary Clinton's emails, because Hillary, if anybody looked at those emails, bro, they were on some negligence, bro. It was some crime, supreme negligence, and that's why the Electoral College did not go with Hillary Clinton, because she would have been impeached.
Yo, just to be clear, man, you know, big dog, you're a fucking retard, dude. I'm just gonna call it out. Just because you hang with someone doesn't necessarily mean you know. Like, you guys are fucking. Yo, if these allegations were brought against you, you'd be the first one crying like a fucking bitch. You understand? There was a dude named Europa on this app who we hung around with for at least a year and a half, 2 years. Right? All in our rooms, all on our stages, modded up in some people shit. Nobody fucking knew that this guy actually was a convicted fucking pedophile. He penetrated his own granddaughter. And they brought out the fucking court transcripts and every fucking thing. Everyone was hanging around this dude and didn't know. So by your own logic, probably about 100 to 150 people on this app should be guilty for hanging around him. And should be once we found out, guess what? That motherfucker was gone, blacklisted. Nobody fucked with him after that. Ran him off the fucking app. So again, just because you hang around someone, it's not 100% guaranteed that you know the nefarious shit that they're into behind the fucking scenes, bro. That's dangerous. That is fucking dangerous.
Don't send it the name Hermes now, but we actually cut him off like I don't know, a month or two before that. Was that he told Mom that he was going to chop her head off and piss down her neck, so we had her out cold. Basically, he fucked up one night, I guess. I got in an argument, said, "Oh yeah, I'm here in Texas, come get me." And it was this guy Yams, you know, the guy with the gray beard. Yeah, so he looked him up and he was a fucking sector manager. It was clearly him. So he had no idea. Like he was, you know.
Wait, Yams is the guy you guys are talking about?
No. He's the one who looked him up and saw that
Yams exposed him.
Okay, got it.
Do you know who he is? Black guy with the gray beard?
Yeah, he used to run the 13th house.
I don't know.
I can't remember what house he ran.
Okay.
Yams, he's got a New York very hardcore stance.
Yeah, I think I know what you're talking about.
And we was all chilling, and he got to, and Europa got to talking, and that's how we found out about it. He said, "Okay, give me 5 minutes." Came back, dropped all his docs with his photos, his your prison shots and everything. I'm saying, yo, you got guns, bro. You gotta get the fuck out of here.
He got digital molestation of a minor, like, you know, with his fingers. Like, that's literally what he got. It was all, and I think there was some kind of court document online where you could see it, and it's like, yeah, his stepdaughter was.
Yeah, it's part of all that stuff, all explains of the court cases and everything.
So yeah, man. So just
thank God for Yams.
Yeah, and again, man. Hang around background, so if you don't know, guess what? My cousin, her boyfriend killed his fucking parents, had them sitting in the house rotting for a week and a half, and we went out to the movies with this dude, fucking went to the state fair with this. We had no fucking idea that this dude murdered his fucking parents, and they were in the fucking house rotting. Their corpses were rotting as we were fucking hanging out with them. We had no fucking clue. So again, we're not gonna take it to that fucking level. And I'm gonna make this very clear. Anybody in this room right now, because JB's gone, so I got the fucking top left. You infer or accuse someone of being a pedophile or a predator or something, and you don't have any fucking evidence, you're gone. You're fucking gone. I don't play that shit, man. I don't fucking play that. Too many men have their fucking lives destroyed just because of fucking accusations. We don't play that shit around here. You're fucking gone, so do it again. I dare anybody do it again.
I have a question. Since people on the stage for the last hour or so have been consistently saying having your name on the list doesn't mean anything because it's just a flight log and all that stuff, if people directing statements like blank person is on the list, does that now not matter too?
I don't think that it's one. First of all, he's somebody who was friends with at least a couple presidents at this point that we know of. Heads of state from other countries. People like CEOs, large business owners. I mean, he was somebody who had parties and stuff. It's my understanding, in events in New York City that people would go to, but he was also at the events where all of the other big names would be. So he's one of those people that everybody bumps shoulders with. Can you hear me?
I can hear him. I'm perfect.
Okay. And so I would say that you can't. I mean, I think all of us are reasonable enough to agree that most of the people that he was around probably had no idea even what the fuck he was doing behind the scenes. I mean, it's not possible for all of these CEOs and politicians and so forth to be pedophiles. It's just statistically not possible. I don't see how that's even a possibility. So, I mean, you'd have to have, if you saw the documents, I don't think just him having a flight log, somebody using his plane to go wherever is going to be proof of anything. You'd have to have actual. You have to put people at times and place where it was documented that sexual offenses were taking place.
Exactly. And Gregory, I brought up this point with how Chris Tucker has been on that plane. He's been questioned about it, and he described his situation ending up on that plane. It was some humanitarian type of situation where Bill Clinton was also there, you know what I'm saying, et cetera, et cetera. But Bill Clinton has been there multiple times. Now, we don't know what Bill Clinton was doing the other times, but as far as what Chris Tucker has presented in this situation, right, is when he was on the plane, this is what they were going to do. You know what I'm saying? He's established and elaborated on his position of him ending up on that flight log or that list.
What makes you proud?
There was a lot of just videos shot down there, music videos. Just to go use the island because it was cheaper.
No.
Those people own that. No, listen what I'm saying. Those people own that flat log that's gonna get caught up in some bullshit. It had nothing to do with it. We just wanted to come down to your island and shoot this video. Or a movie scene.
Hold on. Okay, let me just correct you very quick. I was speaking to somebody that is on that list, which is Chris Tucker. But he expressed, during his interview, he expressed that the time he was on the Lolita Express, it was not going to the island, he was going to Africa for some humanitarian, whatever the fuck because, and look, I'm not even going to deny the fact that they use humanitarian aid as a cover for them to do their human trafficking. I'm not going to deny that because they fucking do. You know what I'm saying? To some extent, there is an element where they're going to utilize humanitarian aid in any quote-unquote, in any of these quote-unquote third world countries. You know what I'm saying? So as long as it's not, in Europe or the United States or parts of Asia, like China, etc., there is elements of human trafficking where, this humanitarian aid or humanitarian bullshit goes and human trafficking is involved. So, but at the end of the day, my point was that this gentleman, Chris, known as Chris, y'all can just Google or YouTube this shit, he pointed out that he was on that fucking plane, and when he was on that plane, it was with Bill Clinton and, a bunch of other well-known people, right? And it was going to Africa. It wasn't even going to the island. It was going to Africa on Saturday.
Let me answer that, Lord. And Pepe, I see you want to go. I'll let you go. So, for those who don't know, I'm bringing my perspective as an entertainment news journalist to this point. Right? Lord, I mentioned that in a previous room about Chris Tucker being on the plane. And allegedly, a big fat allegedly, right? He saw something on that plane he wasn't supposed to see, which allegedly led to his long hiatus in the film industry. Remember, he took a very long hiatus? I'll just leave it there, okay? Y'all can get the rest of that tea. Y'all can get the rest of that tea in my entertainment news room on Saturdays at 2 p.m. Central. Press Hollywood is the name of my house. I won't bring the celebrity conspiracies to this stage. Thank you, Sig. Out of respect to the headline, and I know Pepe wanted to.
Can I go after Pepe?
Yeah.
I was just gonna say, from what I've heard, they obviously try to keep the information about the victims, pretty quiet. But it seemed like both the victims were largely like American girls that, maybe didn't have parents that were that involved, vulnerable girls basically. At least I haven't heard of anything about these women being from like third world, or girls I should say, from third world countries or anything like that.
Well, to respond directly to Pepe instead of going to respond. By the time to people, but to respond to Pepe. I mean, I've heard reports, I've seen reports and read articles of both. I mean, I don't know the volume, one versus the other, American versus foreign, or what have you, but I have, read reports and articles of both. But you said that it's kind of impossible for all of these politicians. I mean, I don't know. Like I said, I don't want to bring too much conspiracy into it, but we all know that a lot of these politicians are part of these secret societies. I ain't gonna say which one. We all know. But like, it's very. I think it's. I'm not saying it's a fact, but I think it's very possible for you to get roped into something nefarious, someone of weak will, let me say that, to get roped into something nefarious due to association that they had previous with somebody that they did. That's all.
I mean, you would literally, if you did the guilt by association thing, I mean, you would literally...
No.
Anybody, no, I don't mean you. No, I'm not responding to you at all. But I was just saying, like, to the people who would make that claim, I mean, you would pretty much anybody who was anybody in America in the 90s. I mean, that guy was in circles with pretty much, seems like, anybody that was any kind of status, financially or, celebrity, politician.
Another thing, though, like, I just lost my point. I'll give up.
That point is just not true in any case. There's a difference between attending public events, meeting people, and getting on a flight and going to an island. For the people who got on that flight, they didn't just get on that flight. They were selected to be on that flight, very specifically. If Epstein was an operative, these were all targeted events.
So somebody filming a rap video or some shit is like
again, you know that's a very different story.
But they're on his island.
Yeah, but that's not what people are talking about. And there is not, I mean, Bill Clinton is not going there to make a music video. So
you have to prove he was going there to fuck kids, though. That's like,
no.
There is a level of proof you have to have.
So hold on. That island was specific and purposeful. It wasn't a place where you just go and chill out. You know, it's a specific and purposeful place, built, designed for a purpose, which is why every room had a camera recording. Yes, it's not a place. It's not a hotel. It's not a holiday.
You mean people don't want to go to Caribbean islands? Really?
Yeah, you can want to go to Caribbean.
Who would ever want to do that?
You know, I have a question. Oh, hold on. I have a simple question. What happened to the videos? I'm not arguing. I respect and love everyone in the room, but my question is, I keep hearing from everyone there's videos taken. Every sex act is on video. Where are the videos?
Well, you know where.
I don't want to see.
Why are you asking that question?
I don't want.
He knows exactly where the videos are at. They were taken over by the FBI.
You don't think that he would have destroyed a lot of shit after his 2006 arrest? I mean, this guy is not a dumbass. I mean, to be fair, he may be a predator, but he doesn't seem stupid.
He was pretty
I think when you say exactly, arrogant, powerful, thinks everything is important. I'm like certain that he's dead.
I'm not gonna go that far.
There were regular parties on the island, and there were some questions.
Guys, one mic. We're not gonna do the patois shit. We have one mic.
Hold on. Before we continue, I have a very important question. Because Sankara, is it Sankara? I've never heard you speak before, sir. He came off the mic with that deep voice and that accent. Sir, I have to ask, is the accent, is that British?
Yes.
Following part one, number two, if I say to you, wibbly, whiny, timey-wimey, does that mean anything to you?
Zero.
All right, no worries. Just trying to find my doctoral collector. Okay, continue.
Nah, it's like the fourth person now. You expected. But no, I think on the celebrities tip, I think it'll be a very easy and very if you were going there for nothing nefarious and everything, if you were going there for business, I'm pretty sure that every move you made on that island is documented, if not by you, because you should have an itinerary, but by the people that is going to receive you, because they have an itinerary for you. Be quiet, y'all. So if celebrities were to ever come in question, it probably would be because, hey, we have an itinerary sheet over here that says you're supposed to leave on Tuesday, but your flight log says you're going to leave till Friday. What did you do in those 3 days? It would be very easy for somebody that was just going to film a music video to say, hey, I was just there to film a music video. Hey, here's the music video. Here's the song that I recorded. Here's my travel logs. Here's the time that I spent there, receipts. You have all of this stuff that can say, hey, I was here for this long, and this is the only thing that I was doing there. Which is what me and Mal was talking about earlier. If you were my friend and the police investigation led to your door, you would be easily able to say, hey, me and Cam only did such and such. Cam ain't never said this about this part of his life. Cam ain't never gave me any notion that he would do anything like this. So I think, don't get me wrong, I do understand what you mean, Pepe. There are going to be innocent people who can't necessarily, track every movement that they made while they were there, but at the same time, you still, you have a duty of responsibility when it comes to the innocence of children. I don't care.
What's that duty of innocence? Like, if I don't know that kids are getting touched, and I'm just like, fuck it, I'm gonna hang out in the Bahamas on an island.
Once you find out, hey, I was in a place where little kids were touched and their innocence were robbed of them, then you have a duty to come forward and say, I was there, but I was only there for this, and I never went anywhere near A and B. That is the duty of responsibility that you have. It's called being a decent.
But that's what people are largely doing. They're denying that.
Donald Trump isn't saying anything.
Donald Trump didn't. Well, Donald Trump ended up before his arrest ended up kicking. Was it? It might have been Mar-a-Lago. I don't know.
Yeah, it's
one of his properties.
Mar-a-Lago.
For being a creep and hitting on the daughters.
We talked about this before.
Who the fuck said that? Shut the fuck up.
Shut your mouth up.
We ain't gotta do that.
Fucking pussy ass bitch.
Yo, hey, guys, we're not gonna do that. Not here. Let's
Being Epstein's lawyer on the stage is wow.
I thought I wasn't going to be able to do it, but day 8, I'm selling my food truck. I bought my food truck in April of...
It wasn't for being weird or inappropriate with someone's daughter. It was for a piece of property that they sold allegedly.
That's not what I've heard over and over again. It's because he was.
What did you hear?
He was creeping out. And one thing Trump has been known for is this. Even the lefties that would criticize him, they would say that he was the greatest landlord they ever had. He does bend over backwards to make sure that his tenants are happy.
I'm sure he does bend over backwards.
But I mean, but like Epstein being a creep and like trying to talk to the underage girls, he's not going to tolerate that shit.
I mean, Trump has been recorded in 4K multiple times saying what he would do with underage girls.
When?
Yep. Including his own daughter.
You're taking that elegance so out of context. This is so cringe.
I mean, I watched the whole interview. There's no context that I would ever put. I mean,
yeah, it came off as really weird. But there is a level of you having to imply that that's what he meant.
I don't care what the context is. If it had to do with me sexualizing my daughter for my
He did not explicitly sexualize his daughter, you fucking midwit.
Let me finish. If it came to me having to sexualize my own daughter for my own sexual needs, then no, I would never do that. I wouldn't do that with any member of my family.
He did not. What did he say sexual about his fucking daughter?
What did he say?
He said, I can tell you exactly
what he said. So real quick, Cam, say that, and then if you could please, Oswald and anybody else, please post a link so we can see it in quote from the
I can put the audio if you guys want. I can put the audio.
Play the audio then.
Well, let's let Cam finish first. I want to give him the mic. Go ahead, Cam.
If I'm not mistaken, what he said was if I'm not mistaken, what he said was my daughter is very hot. If I was her age, I would be dating.
He didn't use the word hot. He said something like pretty, something along those lines.
Yeah,
He does not insinuate he means sex. You're fucking idiots.
Say hot.
He was asked about what does he have in common with his daughter. He said sex.
It's.
Post a link, please, if you got a link.
Post the link, guys.
Post a link.
Stop it.
See this, guys.
So I'm guessing that's the same thing y'all say about your own daughters, huh? Sure.
If you got a link, post it in the chat.
It's not even funny.
If he said something egregious like that, then I think everybody in here will agree that that's fucking egregious as shit. Sick, but please post it.
Say that about a cousin. I wouldn't say that.
Damn, shut the fuck up right now and just post a link at this point. You're pissing me off.
Oh, you're upset. I'm so sorry. We can get you some Kleenex.
You're fucking retarded. We had to listen to your dumb
Yeah, well, you can sit down there.
monologues for like fucking 20 minutes, dude. It was fucking hard.
You can sit down there in the fucking kitchen right now. Because you've been asked by different moderators to post a link. No, you're not coming back up here until you post a link.
Can I get the audio? I wasn't the one that said I was going to post the link.
Hold on, I just made the audio.
cringeworthy, like on The View in 2006.
Said that if Ivanka were my daughter, perhaps I'd be dating her.
So weird. You're working on it. Far from protecting his daughter from being talked about as a sex object, he has encouraged it multiple times. On Howard Stern's radio show in 2004 and then again in 2006.
By the way, you feel times. She looks more voluptuous than ever. Very voluptuous. She's almost 6 feet tall.
In May, Ivanka described herself as a feminist while defending her father on CBS.
You have in common with your father?
Either real estate or golf.
Your daughter?
Well, I was going to say sex, but I can't really.
Most of the men don't. There's also the instance in that same show, that interview, he talked about doing.
If I had to start trading from zero.
Everyone's getting dressed and no men are anywhere. You're not allowed to go in because
tomorrow morning God is going to
make sure everything is good. I sort of get away with things like that. And there were 15 and 16-year-old girls, one from Vermont, who talked about that as well. And it was also on Teen Vogue how some of the contestants described how he walked in on them all the time. I'll put the link in the chat.
Yeah, to Pepe, all of that is okay. It's perfectly normal to speak to another guy who's saying your daughter's want a piece of
It's Howard fucking Stern, you idiot.
She was voluptuous.
It's Howard Stern, of all goddamn people. What the fuck do you think he's gonna say when he on a show?
Hold on. We need to stop doing this. As a Republican who is proud of what Trump has done for America, what he said about his daughter was sick. If my husband said anything like that about our daughter, I'd punch him in the fucking face. Okay? So let's just stop the cap. What he said was disgusting. Period, point blank. Anybody caping for Trump that bad, you've got a cult-like figure. Trump wasn't thinking. He was trying to say his daughter was beautiful. My dad loves to tell people how absolutely beautiful I am. But unlike Trump, my dad thinks before he talks. So he started speaking, he wasn't thinking, and unintentionally, he hypersexualized his daughter. Do I think he was sexualizing her and wanting to bang her? No. Do I think that he has a filter problem and doesn't think and realize that he sounds like a fucking perp? Absolutely. Two things can be true at the same time.
Well, the problem
because if a man has a daughter that's beautiful,
the problem in that analysis is that he said it multiple times.
Sankara, you irritate me talking, bro. Like when your mouth opens, you gotta. I mean, when your ears, you gotta be able to keep your ears open when your mouth is open too, bro. All right, go ahead, KP.
when you have a beautiful daughter, we're not politicians. We're just average people. We brag about how beautiful our daughters are. And like the group was saying, he just ran out his mouth and didn't think he was running as a politician. That's all it was.
It's still weird.
No. He said these things about girls that were not his daughters, though.
It's definitely weird, and nobody's claiming that it's not weird. So let's just first, okay, listen. Nobody's claiming that it's not weird. And if anybody is claiming it's weird, I'd actually like to know if they have a daughter or a sister and would be okay with their father speaking of them like that. So just for a test here. Does anybody actually think what Donald Trump said was okay? Just out of curiosity.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
Okay, and anybody?
The Ivanka case, yeah, I don't like it with Howard Stern. In 2004, how old was his daughter at that point? I'm willing to bet she was definitely overage. I believe she's older than me.
Let me jump in. Guys, hold on. Right out, respectfully, give me a second. Deb, I've been meaning to speak to you, and since you did it in a public forum, I'm going to do it in a public forum also. What is this obsession with my last name? I'm curious.
What last name?
My last name that you probably were spelling out in the room last week, and I have receipts on it.
Where is it? Go ahead, show us. I didn't do it.
Hold on. Yes, you did, actually. So, hold on. My thing is this. And you're an intelligent guy. I'm not looking for smoke. I just want to get clarity. So, when immigrants came to Ellis Island, were names changed, yes or no?
Believe so.
Yeah, so when you ask questions about my background, if I'm Italian, if it's Fugazi, bro, just come to me and ask me the question, and I'll answer it for you. So just do me a favor. Your name doesn't come out of my mouth. Do me a favor and
This would have been this would have been from a year and a half, 2 years ago.
So this was like 2 weeks ago. I'll tell you what I'll do. I heard it because I sent it to Clip to say.
Yeah.
Oh,
so
you said I said it.
I did hear it. Yeah, you did say it, but I did hear it. Yeah.
Oh, I thought you said it.
Okay, so all I'm gonna say is, respectfully, keep my name out of your mouth, and I'll do the same courtesy to you. You're welcome in my spaces, even though we don't agree. I show you respect and courtesy. You do the same thing for me. Can you do that?
Yeah, we're cool. I didn't
thank you.
say anything bad.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. Back to you, Sid.
Yeah, I think Mrs. DeGroot, I think you were.
Yeah, so she was 22. Listen, it doesn't matter how old she is. If any father is willing to call or allow another man to call his daughter a piece of ass and allow her to be disrespected with another sex iconic figure, you're a fucking weirdo. Like, I don't know how this is controversial.
I know. I said she was.
Hold on. I'll clarify this point, right? So, if we look at whoever his daughter, and who is his daughter married to right now? The daughter that he was apparently speaking of her beauty in this way or that way, who is his daughter married to right now?
Jared Kushner.
Okay. Does anybody know about the Kushner family?
Okay, I'm trying to clarify something here.
Hold on. This is the group. Hold on. So hold on. So this is the thing, right? I don't know if anybody else in the group has read Art of the Deal. If you've read Donald Trump's book, right? There's an element of showmanship, you know, and presentation, you know, like. Hey, sometimes it's hyperbole, and sometimes he literally means it, right? But even though he said that his daughter, right, was this piece of ass that I will blah 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 blah, right? His daughter ended up getting married into the Kushner family. You know what I'm saying? Like, listen. He wasn't talking about his daughter in the sense of anybody could get this piece of ass. He was speaking about if he was saying, like, for me as a man, like, yeah, look, I don't have a daughter yet. I do have a sister. You know what I'm saying?
And you would side?
Hold on right now. Right there, hold on. Yo, Lord, I gotta tell you, bro, in all seriousness, no cap, you sound like a fucking weirdo with the things you say.
No.
Right now.
Listen, my
Lord, there is no excuse for a father allowing another man to sexualize his daughter and then also highly comment sexual things about her traits. We are all of us daughters are the most beautiful things in the world to every single father.
And so are sons.
Oh, you're right. My sons are the most beautiful things walking on this earth. However, what he said, me being a Republican and somebody who voted for Trump, okay, was fucking sick. That's it. It's not controversial.
It was like there's an element of it that, like, I could see the sick side of it. Me too. Like, as a father myself, I would never say that about my daughter. Let's just get that straight. You know what I'm saying? But to the extent that the gentleman was in media and beauty pageant side and all that good shit, you know, whatever you want to call it, right? Him saying that was to the extent of talking about how beautiful his daughter was. I'm not defending on the hand. You are defending the adding on. I'm not defending him. Listen, let me tell you why I'm not defending him, because I would never say that about my daughter, right? But at the end of the day, if you look at whatever he said,
what do we say? You've been talking.
Right now,
You've been talking. I don't even know. Hold on 1 second. Can I get a reset right now? Because I have no idea what this is talking about, but it gives off creep vibes.
Yeah, basically what we're saying is that we're resetting, Lord, we're resetting. We're just looking. I'm going to reset here. Very simple reset. Okay, we're going to actually move on because minus Pepe. To my understanding, the entire room agreed that the clip that was played about how Donald Trump spoke about Ivanka was fucking weird. I don't think that implicates that he was sexualizing his daughter. I think that he doesn't know how to think. I think that he just has too much money and says whatever he wants without consequences. Therefore, he's lost any ability of being thoughtful before opening his mouth. But what he said was disgusting, and I think we can move on because this is weird.
Thank you for the objectivity, Mrs. DeGroup, we did glaze over the Miss Teen USA pageants and the other pageants.
Before we move forward, I have to say, hello, Madison. I love you. I'm glad you're here.
Oh, hey, JB. Love you too. Good to see you.
Can I just add something to that? I know this might.
I think Madison was trying to get to a point about the team pageant.
Yes, we all know what he said. I put the link in the chat, and there were contestants who were 15 and 16 years old that verified that was what he was doing, and there was uncomfortability about it. It was also in Teen Vogue magazine. So I'm just wondering where people stand on that, because that was pretty clear. You know, somebody going backstage where people are getting dressed, and he does this repeatedly, and he says, I can get away with that, and they're 15 and 16 years old. Like, I have a daughter. I can't even imagine that or explain that.
And just a heads up, Sig, there was a lady that was basically calling me a sick fox.
Oh yeah, I saw her. Yeah, that's why I told her, you don't want to park up that fucking tree, man. That's the wrong fucking tree to park up. You don't want to go.
As I'm sitting on vacation in my hot tub in my hotel room, instead of screaming and acting like the animal she wanted me to, I would kick her. So if you get a back channel, JB, I kick the bitch.
Yeah. If I can say my piece.
Well, let me just say this real quick, Kara, and then I promise you have the mic. Drew, you know you're my sister, so this is your room too. You do whatever you have to do. Kara, go ahead.
Yeah, so let's be clear. What he said about Ivanka, he said it on different occasions, not just once. He said it over and over again. And on the public record, Stormy Daniels said that while she was in the bedroom with him, he told her she looks like Ivanka. He did that too.
I was going to say, like with the pageant thing, and Madison, if you're saying that these were underage women, yeah, absolutely, I agree that that's extremely inappropriate. But if you guys have ever been to these pageants and competitions and modeling things, it's very common for people to be in and out of that dressing room who are, part of the production executive firm of age. I'm talking of age. But if it's underage, yeah, completely 100% inappropriate.
I want to say, what is the context of it? Just walk by some young lady. Hey, you're beautiful.
The context of the video was Trump basically bragging about his ability to be in proximity of beautiful women. Now, he spoke about the fact that he was the manager of a modeling or a runway show, and that he got the excuse to see these beautiful women naked because as a manager, he has to make sure that the girls are okay. So he made a comment on how he enjoyed the fact that while he was making his rounds to check in on the girls, that he got to see them naked, and there was, that's just what normal management does. So again, I was not there. I don't know if there were underage girls. I don't know if he knew that there were underage girls. Was he enjoying the fact that he was seeing naked, really skinny, model-like people? Were there possibly underage children? Yes. Is that fucking weird? 100%. But do we think that he was specifically scouting and looking for the 14, 15, 16-year-old? I mean, that's kind of...
Yes. Well, hold on. Hold on a second. Hold on. I want to ask you a question to the room. And anybody, we'll start with Pepe and then we'll go around. If these accusations, these salacious accusations turn out to be true, what should be the outcome? Like, is Trump getting shit? Trump be impeached? I mean, what's the outcome here? And then what do you think?
So if he had gone into a girl's room, I don't know how many years ago this would be, I don't know, I'd have to know more details. Where's their nudity involved? Or were they just, were they already have their outfit?
No, Pepe, I apologize. I meant the Epstein files. If he's in there and the salacious stuff turns out to be...
Oh, yeah. If it's known that he was a pedophile, then yeah, he should be imprisoned.
So that's a great way to segue to what I said earlier. At some point, we're gonna have to come to terms with the fact that a lot of our heroes What's down with the pedo stuff that's been going on for quite some time? And that's for both sides, because I give you contrast. And all you Biden supporters, they're gonna have to be fair with me on this one. But because I just slammed my man, right? Now I watch y'all completely try to defend and ignore the fact that your last president couldn't help but sniff little children on camera several times.
Bullshit.
No, it's not bull. No, it's
That
not
is
bull.
not
You can go.
bullshit.
100% bull. That's not.
That is 100%.
Dude, that is 100%, bro. I got
on C-SPAN.
It's not bull. It's not bull. I posted it on my YouTube channel, bro. Sourcing it from other YouTube. I'm full of shit, dude. All right, let me go ahead and find Joe Biden snitch drone. Put it in the
Blade.
You watch it.
Not even that, but there's
Excuse me, sir. Blade, let me help you out real quick. If you try to go to YouTube, most of those videos, you're going to have a hard time. It's scrubbed.
Well, guess what? Guess what you've been
When he was grabbing the little girl's breasts on C-SPAN and all that shit, it's been scrubbed to try to save his ass.
Look, there's plenty of videos that still exist, and also if they've been scrubbed, the one on my channel has not been scrubbed. So not to give a shameless plug, but FJB song on Blake America has those videos on it.
Yeah, but the issue right now is Donald Trump. It's not Biden.
No, I know that's what I was saying. I was saying this. I was leading off by saying about Trump, man. So if somebody... No, I'm not changing the subject. We're on the point. I already said, like, look, we're going to have to come to terms that a lot of our heroes, but we're going to have to also be real that y'all ain't concerned about bingo. That's not. You're not concerned about bingos because you had all the opportunity to have the same kind of smoke a long time ago, and guess you were consistent. People like me.
Yeah.
And now that our guy, look, now that our guy, now that our guy's in the frying pan, guess who's on point saying, if this guy can't win, you're talking about Biden. You're talking about Biden right now. So you're talking about full crap. Look. No, I'm not. Look, you're talking about full crap, and I just told you. Trump's ass is on the line, you're talking about Biden, man. Yeah, but the only reason, but we also, so look, this is how we gonna hear bullshit. Because you didn't care 4 years ago about your guy sticking up in his own life. You didn't care. You didn't care. This is not, you don't need to. 3 million people already did, so it's all good, bro. So, like, it's 3 million people for nobody like you going to visit that because they hated your guy so much. Nobody likes your guy. The whole country is screaming, that's a run Trump and all so yeah. Dude, I'm not talking about that. He can't hear. He already also tried to discredit himself. Yes, there you go. I can tell. No, he can hear real quick in the listen section. Because he's been told by 2 guys to stop it.
Thank you for acknowledging me. This is an important conversation. Give me 5 minutes and I said no.
Absolutely. So guys, I'm going to bring Kubu back up because I brought him up for a specific reason. So, you know, Kubu, you already know how it goes. You want my power. But I'm going to give you I'll give you 3 minutes to get your ideas.
You need 3 minutes?
You're the only Kubu on stage.
I'm gonna take the entire thing. I mean, look, the one thing that these people said they cared about was right. That's why they were so gung-ho about abusing and taking away trans rights. Turns out that they were the ones who were putting kids in the crosshairs. And this wouldn't be the first time that, oh my God, you mean the Trump voters said they were trying to do something, but they actually are doing the opposite? Color me surprised.
They said that Trump was there to make the economy better. He fucked it up. Last time and this time, March. They said, oh, he's going to be there to bring order and common sense back to Washington. Bro can't even spell or pronounce seditious correctly. And his is the most corrupt government probably in American history. Third, they said, oh, he's going to make things better. He's going to be the peaceful president. Bro decided to start a war with Iran, or try to start a war with Iran, less than 100 days into his presidency, quote unquote. And so now this is the final fig leaf.
Wait a second.
The one thing that's in 3 minutes.
Yeah, but let's have a conversation. It's an overlap.
Go ahead.
You're gonna tell me that the same thing, pretty much the same thing, doesn't happen on the other side of the aisle? Because I'm gonna tell you right now, some of these MAGA people are gonna come off their mics and they're gonna give you a list of Democrats that are perverts.
There are Democrats who are perverts, but the difference between what we do and what y'all do, let's take Al Franken, for instance. Al Franken was found to have, or I think he had, hold on, see, you have to talk when a man's going to drop truth bombs. Al Franken admitted to, I think, groping or something in the 90s, and he was summarily booted from the party. What happens with Republicans, and Trump is not even the first, assuming he did these things, right? You had that one second from Idaho.
Wait. You're just getting over it. You're not deep in it, but here's the thing. I'm going to give you one name that you can't defend, Bill Clinton.
What do you mean? Bill Clinton was impeached, number one. His vice president lost election, number two. And Bill Clinton wasn't accused of diddling kids. He was accused of sexual harassment. But hey, guess what? I didn't vote for Bill Clinton. I was too young.
Sexual
So you can't.
He was accused of rape by a couple of women, dude.
He was not convicted of rape. He wasn't found civilly liable. Hold on. He wasn't found civilly liable for rape, so you're full of shit on that, Pepe.
Wait, are you saying
Number two.
No, I just wanted clarity on your point. I'm so sorry to interrupt.
Hey, go ahead.
Are you saying that the Republicans or conservatives are more pervy than the Democrats?
Look, y'all elected a pedophile for president, number one. And number two, it's not even about whether the people themselves are this or that. The real question, this is what Trump voters always disappoint, is what are y'all going to do about it? Are you going to hold this guy accountable? Yes or no? And the answer is always no. With you people. It's disgusting.
I'm going to
Hey, the good thing is... Okay, go ahead.
Wow. No. We just did a poll. And we listened to the clip, and we agree that what Trump said about Ivanka was sick as fuck. We also said that if it is proven that Donald Trump actually was involved in having disgusting sex with underage girls or with women against their will, that he should be jailed, impeached, thrown in prison, and in a bullet put in between his eyes. I'm confused why you think that people in this room are trying to defend him. Most of us Republicans are shocked that the House Republicans went to recess early and that we are having this weird debate and our president is lying to us saying that there aren't files while the Department of Justice is subpoenaing people over fucking files, right? So we're not fighting and saying, oh my god, the files don't exist, Trump is perfect.
She was pure evil.
Trump is fucking weird when it comes to his daughter. Okay, and we pray that he's not inside of the files. The files need to be released. Like, what else? I'm confused.
I'll take 30 seconds to answer that one. I'll take 30 seconds to answer that one, if I may.
She was pure evil and having been unable to successfully run a campaign, she
It's
imploded.
found out. So I'm sure, yes, maybe if it's found out or proven or whatever that he did these things. But the crux is this. Y'all are fighting tooth and nail to prevent the truth from coming to light. So that you can feign innocence, continue to feign innocence. So yeah.
Who are you guys? I must not be a part of
You're not holding your congressional officials like Mike Johnson accountable for trying to cover up the truth.
So this is funny because you're making assumptions. Now, are there people in this room, probably minus myself, who have not reached out to my congressional representative and threatened to not only no longer put money towards their campaign, but have a fucking smear campaign when it comes to our city because I'm that well connected if they don't vote to have this shit released? I absolutely did. Thank you very much. There we go.
And there are other people in this room, or I hope so, that are taking that initiative. And if they're not, then that should be the thing you should be doing, not claiming that we don't want it to happen. There's many people who don't actually know how to control their lower government, sir.
Oh, right now, wait a second. Well, you're skipping over is that the same speaker, Mike Johnson, last week asked for the entire file to be released, as well as not redacted. Just last week, I know he's changed his tune and he's closed down comments till September, but he did come out publicly and say he wants those files out. Back to you, Madison, right now.
Well, what he said was he wanted the grand jury testimony. He didn't say that he wanted all the files released. But if I could just say that there are people that are pushing back in the chat. Even the question was asked, was it 15 or 16? Which is crazy to me. Yes, it was a 15 USA badges that we keep like blazing over and keep going back
My
to
cousins are being held hostage in your aunt's house. Can you maybe call your local Islamist Hamas terrorists, give you dates and bananas and tunnels, and release their hostages from October 7th Supernova Fest? Let's not forget how we got here. Now.
And so did, there's a magazine too, Miss Teen USA. It was a big deal at the time. And I heard Bill Clinton being brought up. The thing that happened with him, it happened when he was in office his second term. So it's not as if he could run again anyway, but it's not as if he got elected after all of these things were very well pronounced. You know, in the news media, people knew about that. That's the difference with Trump. You know, people know these things and just act like they don't exist. And maybe this room isn't one of those rooms, but we see it all across social media and we hear from people all the time. And if who's ever named for whoever did whatever, they fucking need to go to hell for it and be held accountable. I don't care if it's a Democrat, Republican, Independent, whoever it is. And I love the people in this room that the stances that are objective enough to at least be able to have an actual conversation. Because it's so difficult to have a conversation when people are just disingenuous.
Madison, I agree. And I apologize because I was one of those people because I was really stuck on the whole that is stick. You know, there are people in the chat talking about the law. We're not talking about legal precedents. An adult-ass man enjoyed looking at people under the age of consent. It's like, don't worry, ladies, I've seen it all. And that's weird shit. And if you can't say it's weird as shit, you're walking a really sick.
Some misinformation, please.
Excuse me?
Can we clear up some misinformation, please? Donald Trump never owned Miss Teen USA. Donald Trump used to own Miss USA. And the specific Howard Stern interview was referring to his time in owning Miss USA. Can you maybe look up the age group that historically and today participants in the Miss USA competition are required to be?
I posted the link, and it was the Miss Teen USA.
It is the Teen Miss USA.
It was not the Miss Teen USA pageant.
It makes it even worse if he didn't own it. But the links are in the chat.
From what I'm reading, it's the Miss Teen USA, Adam. So unless there are people publishing by the dozen in X falsified information, which is quite possible, regardless, she just said that 14 underage girls collaborated the fact that Donald Trump was speaking about the fact that he has seen naked bodies before, nothing to be shy about, and they were not of the age of 18.
But right now,
it's still weird.
Right
why are we bringing up, like,
wait a second.
fucking weird?
Hold on right now. Let me just take this quick Google search.
You've been training.
Yes, Donald Trump did own the Miss Teen USA pageant. Just the Miss Universe organization, which included the Miss Teen USA in 1996 and owned it until 2015. In September 2015, WME/ING bought the pageant. So he did own the Team Miss USA pageant.
I wanted to say, I heard him speak on this, and
Everybody explosive device up to the back of your head.
in other words, thinking back on it, it was like, what the fuck was I thinking? What was I thinking? But I don't think it was the teen pageant. I'm trying to find it right now. I sound like my older woman echo.
You're missing Madison's statement Madison, would you please restate what you said earlier in regards to the teenage girls speaking out against his comments?
His origins. I can read the article.
I just posted a picture of 145 people from Miss Teen USA within
Dragon was only one of the names he's gone by. Babylonians were his day.
Taking pictures of the contestants is a pretty normal thing. Now, the statement he made about them being naked is what's weird. So, again.
What was that statement? Because I didn't hear it.
Moving behind the scenes, cutting up. What he said specifically was in a 2005 interview with Howard Stern.
Some say
he said he would go backstage before the show and enter dressing rooms when everyone's getting dressed and no men are anywhere because he owns the pageant and I can get away with things like
Screams trouble is here.
Also grab by the pussy all over.
Still.
He access as part of his inspection.
He walked into the dressing room.
They're doing it intentionally, Don, because Don brings up a very good point. Which pageant? Which dressing room? For which pageant?
Adam, the pageant where a ton of underage girls had a complaint about him seeing them naked. Like, are we cults now? I'm confused.
Can I read it for you?
No.
Girls are naked.
Adam, hold on. I understand with the liberals. There are many of us who love what he's done for our country. I can.
I'm sure you guys don't want to hear this. Well, I appreciate that people are now concerned about pedophiles. This is a nice development. Whether you're on the left, whether you're on the right, you're outspoken about the fact that pedophilia is bad. I know you guys don't say this is whataboutism. That's fine. I'll go on to and I'll take my lumps after I say what I have to say. I will concur that there are some bastards, pedophiles in both parties. But I do want to say this. Until you guys are prepared to stand with me against the 2 billion people in the world that belong to a pedophile death cult called Islam, I really don't think you're really ready for that.
Hey, come on. Can I read? Come on, please. The article done. We don't have to. We don't even have to down on his side. Right.
Hold on. Is Drew on the article, Cam? Is that you?
Yeah, this is.
So why? How long is the article?
Because this is the cradle of civilization.
First 2 paragraphs.
There's something beneath this.
Do you notice how they're not ready for it?
It says 4 women competed in 1997 Miss Teen USA beauty pageant, said Donald Trump walked into the dressing room while contestants some as young as 15 were changing. I remember putting on my dress really quick because I was like, oh my God, there's a man in here. Said Mariah Mulatto, the former Miss Vermont Teen USA. Trump said something like, don't worry ladies, I've seen all before. 3 other women who asked to remain anonymous for fear of less than a clear firestorm also remembered Trump entering the dressing room while girls were changing. 2 of them said girls rushed to cover their bodies, with one called a shocking kangaroo. The third said she was clothed and introduced herself to Trump. Damn. So, as a model, I can tell you, and as a person whose niece is a part of these pageants, I'll speak from my personal experience as a model, these women, because I was around adult women, but these women backstage where they're changing are completely naked because the designers of their dresses
do not allow them to wear undergarments sometimes. So most of the times, models are there in between outfits or dresses or whatever, bikinis, they're completely naked. So for someone to walk into a room where a 15 and 16-year-old is 100% changing, that is fucking disgusting. I don't give a fuck what clarification or excuse, modification.
That doesn't rise to the level.
Everybody, Jamal, I'm gonna say this respectfully, because we had some decent dialogue. But I'm gonna give you a little newsflash, bro. Not everything's about race. This is about kids. Can we stay on the topic? So when you keep
I'm not talking about a race. I'm saying it doesn't rise to the level of pedophilia.
Yeah, hold on. What about the little white girls and this? Bro, this game has nothing to do with race.
He's a weirdo.
I'm not talking about race. I'm saying it doesn't rise to the level of pedophilia. He walked into a dressing room. Come on.
Wait, let me guess, Jamal, you're on the right, you're definitely a Trump supporter, yeah, because isn't it your party that's so concerned with having separate bathrooms because they're so worried about transgender male or females going into a lot? I'm just so confused. So it's fine for Trump, right? It must be fine, wait, so it's fine for a cis male, but isn't it the party of, oh my gosh, they're looking at our kids, they're pedophiles, we can't have drag queens reading books. But now here we are, where we're like, oh my god, a grown-ass man.
Wait, what Frank is
This was happened in 1989.
Yeah, so here's the problem when it comes to Clubhouse and people. People are they're very hypocritical. People that are Democrats struggle with pointing out the shit from their president, and Republicans, as you guys are witnessing, has the same problem. Not everybody is like that. I think there just needs to be a
has gotten 75 million votes.
She done talking.
To be in office.
Hold on a second. Did you not hear this word talking?
I apologize.
Thank you.
I apologize.
So, there are many of us, we're kind of few when it comes to this application, that don't have a problem looking at our president, whether it be liberal or Democratic, Republican or conservative, and saying, you're a sick fuck, okay? The problem with this application is we live in so much whataboutism, and everybody is so defensive that we forget that these are people, these are old rich men that are sick as fuck. They all are. There's not one president that I promise you we could not pull dirt on and say, what the fuck is wrong with you? There's no justification that I'm doing. I think Trump is a fucking weirdo, and I wouldn't put him around my daughter if I had one. Respectfully. I love what he's done policy-wise. I'm not ashamed of saying that. The same with Biden. I'd punch the shit out of him if he snipped my son. I'm going to tell you right now.
We have presidents on stage.
We have leaders, both sides of the aisle, who are sick as fuck. Does anybody disagree with that? I'm just curious.
Hold on.
Does anybody...
You was worried about this guy walking into a damn dressing room. I'm talking about presidents that have raped.
That Mike, Jesus. Yo, dog, I don't know what you've been sipping on tonight. I don't know what you've been sipping. We're not gonna do that screaming and hollering shit tonight. Not right now. What do you think?
I'm just trying to figure out who doesn't agree that everyone's a sick fuck. Like, I'm looking.
No, I agree.
Obama is not sick. Obama is picture perfect.
Well, here's the thing. Not only do I agree, I wonder why we have Trump.
Wait, hold on. Obama was married to a man.
See, there we go. Obama's being voted that young men and boys need LGBT and gay fucking mentors, bro. So get the fuck out of here.
I'd like to go to Mojo's point. We kind of just went past Mojo's point, and I was curious because of what you were saying about Islam. And so I had to look it up because I was looking it up in a religious and medieval context. Medieval Europe, it was 12 or younger, and Islamic and Jewish traditions look like some as young as 9 in certain interpretations. And then, of course, there was pederasty in ancient Greece and Rome. And now, even today, the age of consent in terms of getting married in certain states, children as young as 12 years old have been able to get married in places like Alaska, South Carolina, North Carolina. So maybe we should look at ourselves as a society in terms of, and particularly...
I need to correct you, because you're wrong. I need to correct you.
Okay, well,
I absolutely need to correct you.
Can you let me finish?
There is no law in the United States.
My statement, please?
No, because you're making an incorrect statement.
Well, if I'm incorrect, you can do that when I'm done.
Well,
would that be appropriate?
Hopefully the room doesn't.
Yes, that would be appropriate.
Okay, then I'll let you go.
Yeah, there's no state in the United States that you can get married without consent of a parent unless you're over the age of 16. Not even Utah. Not one state in the United States where you can marry at that age. And every state that you go to marry, that you are 16, must have a court consent.
With the parent. So
You're not walking in at 12 years old. I know about
You can hop on stage, but she asked you, let me finish my point, then you can rebut me, prove me wrong, or prove me right. Guys, can we just be honest and nice to each other tonight? It's simple shit.
So if I could finish, I was saying children as young as 12, for girls, 14 boys, have legally married in states like Alaska, South Carolina, North Carolina, with court approval. And then states like California, Michigan, and Washington don't have statutory minimum age, and theoretically could occur at any age if a judge or a parent consented. And considering, the state of parenting today, it's not as if it can't happen. So my larger point was that we might want to look at ourselves as a society when it comes to protecting women and girls.
Yes, I agree, but hold on one second.
Hold on. Roger, let me just say this 2 seconds. Just 2 seconds, I promise. We also have to protect the boys, because boys are victims too, Madison. I know people don't want to hear this, uncomfortable. But we also have to protect the boys. Again, sorry, Roger.
Yeah, look, what we're talking about is age of consent, and considering what we know now about when the human brain is developed, it's around age 24, age 25, I would support moving age of consent to that age.
Age of consent, majority is reached at 18 in the United States. In order to get married under the age at 16 or under, you please show me a court that's going to give consent for a 12-year-old in the United States, because it just doesn't happen. And you have to have parental consent. And even in states like Utah they were marrying younger, it's still 16 is with consent and through a court. It has to go through the jurisdiction of a court, reviewed by a judge. It just is not happening because 2 kids decide they want to get married. It's going to go through scrutiny of a court system. So it's just bogus to say it. And we have an age of majority. That age of majority is also when you can contract, when you're responsible for contract. I mean, there's specific laws in every state on this. So it's just wrong to assume that it's just, and JB's right, for men as well as for women. And also, I wanted to say this because I keep writing it in the chat. People keep saying someone is going to go to jail if they're with a teen. If someone is over 16 versus someone 16 and under, there's statutory laws with this also throughout the country. So 16 and under, it is presumed that it's a strict liability crime. You can't use that you didn't know their age as a defense. They are guilty of either statutory rape or lewd and lascivious conduct. They're guilty of it without being able to say that they had a mistake of fact if they're 16 and younger. So I keep writing it in the chat to try to explain that. I'm not taking a position on this. I'm just telling you that that's how it is across the country.
I put the links in the chat where 12-year-olds were married in Texas and Missouri, and Missouri defended it. It's in the chat.
What year, Madison?
But she did say with the court.
Well,
She
but
did say that, had it.
It has to go through the scrutiny, and that would go through through a court, a judge who's hearing.
She mentioned that.
May I respond to Abby? Because she said a lot, but wasn't really saying anything. I posted a link in the chat. I posted a link in the chat. One of those paragraphs in the chat, like right before they get to the tables, it says, we found that some 297,033 children were married in the U.S. between 2000 and 2018. 232,474 based on marriage certificate data plus based on estimates. A few children were as young as 10 years old when they married, but of those for whom age information was available, nearly all, 96%, were age 16 or 17. Of those whom age, gender, and spousal information was available, 78% of those were girls under the age of 18 wed to an adult man aged 18 years or older.
What are you doing?
That's
I bought you something from my mom.
as you said, with a just consent, they just consented to over 300,000 child marriage. So it's not like it's not
Some idiot in the legislature tried to introduce legislation to reduce it to, what did she say, 12 years old? It's not a marriage. Some legislator introducing it. And again, if any of you have ever been to a family court or through a judicial proceeding and understand what a judge is going to look at, you just don't walk in and get a marriage license. I live in a place that's the easiest to get married anywhere in the country. And you can get married in the middle of the night where I am, at any hour. And you cannot do it if you are under a certain age.
Abby, hold on, let me jump in here for 2 seconds. So Abby, let's get back on topic, right? Trump plus Epstein equals fall of the House of Trump. What do you, and Abby, you know I love you like a fat kid loves cake, but I'm curious what you think about this whole thing. If you're going to stick with Donald, or you're going to be objective?
Totally objective on it. I mean, I want to see what the facts are and what comes out. I mean, I think like everybody else. I don't want to hijack the nation on it. I think we've got really important matters and legislation that has to occur in our Congress and what the business of the country.
Then why did
wait,
Abby, why didn't if we, and I agree with what you said, we need to have some, legislative done, but then why did Speaker Johnson close Congress until September?
Congress closes. It's funny because I have a friend who's a member, and just like 4 trips planned for the month, and other than tomorrow, which she thought she was working, Congress closes. I mean, these members are either in their districts or on vacation. I mean, that I don't see that as unusual as everybody else is saying. So, Senate, I think, was open longer, but Congress was.
You know why people think it's suspicious because of the time.
But they were all. I mean, talk to your member of Congress. Reach out.
Hold on. I've reached out to Congressman Jeffries. He's never returned a single phone call.
I'm surprised, but they were intending to be on recess. I mean, I'm just telling you that there was an intention not to be in session. And they're all like on vacations or in their districts. I mean, I want to tell everyone there's a question about that to reach out to their member's office and ask.
So let me ask you, hold on.
Respected, strong man, and you know
Again, it's so much that we don't know, and so much conjecture, and comments and statements that are made, and is it a file, is it a list, is it the manifest of a plane? I mean, it's so many different statements, and evidentially, I mean, I don't think we've seen anything yet to really come out with a statement that would have meaning yet. I mean, that it's totally random statements. Again, define a file, define a list, define a plain manifest, and they all mean different things. So until there's evidence and it's corroborated evidence, and it's evidence that's not hearsay evidence, I think that it would be better for that. So I'm open, but I haven't seen it yet. How do you feel?
Well, Abby, I don't know.
Wait, hold on, Bruce. How do I feel? I think it's a massive cover-up. I think he's looking to save his ass. I think this could be his Watergate. And I think the release of the MLK files is disrespectful.
Well, what do you think about, Palestinians who create videos and say, oh, they just murdered my aunt and uncle, and it goes all over the internet, but there's no discussion of the hostages. There's no information about when the hostages are going to be released. I mean, it's like there's just nothing but vacuum emptiness in terms of the communication. I mean,
I'll tell you, the way I would process both of those, someone complaining about hostages from Israel that were taken by Hamas, or someone complaining about relatives in Gaza that were killed from Israeli bombings, I would say to both, we're in the fog of war. Wars are important because they define history. History is up for grabs until people are dying and saying this is actually what happened. Right now, we are in the fog of war. It has been known for all of human history that when wars happen, information is suspect. In this age of information superhighway, where everyone just believes that they have access to everything instantly, they have no, maturity, no sense of control of accepting things as true. So in those two examples, it sounds to me like it sounds like both are issues that I want to look into, but one sounds more verified than the other. Like someone complaining about a relative that died in a far-off land based off of a video. I could make that up right now if I wanted to.
No, you
versus hostages that would literally have their families crying for every day.
Yeah, but you could have looked like an Avatar video.
Where at this point? My point is, the fog of war should make everyone cautious about believing anything in this day and age.
Well, I guess really the point.
Okay, so don't believe in nothing. We went to the moon, nothing. Sorry.
Yeah, I guess really the point.
Just be cautious in what you believe.
Yeah, well,
Okay, I get it. Thanks, buddy.
Yeah, I guess really the thing I'm really wondering is that essentially people were talking about, after October 7th, about how many people were taken hostage, which, everyone agrees is horrible, but it's, seems to be, how many people were aware of how many have been held in detainment and not given due process by the state of Israel? I mean, is that not legitimate?
That's not really accurate what you're saying. They're not in Israel, and they're arrested for terrorism. They're not given due process. What were you going to say?
Necro, keeping in mind what I just said about being cautious about what we choose to believe, why do you believe that there are Palestinians in the West Bank that are not being given due process?
Well, I know Israel's reason is because of concerns about security.
Israel's reason for you believing Israel doesn't give due process. Try to retract the question. The question is, why have you accepted as a belief within your head that Israel does not provide due process to the Palestinians under its authority?
Well, that's, what the did. You've had people in detainment and they have not been given a trial yet.
Based upon who's reporting?
The rights groups have said.
And they have said that based off of what legal theory? What due process were they owed?
I would assume it would be Israel's, but essentially.
Well, okay, let's ask this. Where did they come from, the Palestinians that are currently in the West Bank? Were they Israeli citizens at any time?
Probably not.
So then it would be kind of weird to be talking about the due process America owes to people from Paraguay, right?
Well, if you take them, as, hostages, if you take...
The Palestinians?
Yeah, if you take them into detainment, I mean, you're still holding them, depriving them.
Correct. You're right. An American can arrest people in Paraguay. You can do those things. It just falls under a different due process. Not the Constitution. It goes under the Uniform Code of Military Justice, UCMJ. And Israel abides by the Uniform Code of Military Justice when dealing with Palestinians because they're an occupied land and they are non-citizens. So I'm asking, who told you to believe that Israel was not providing due process to the Palestinians under their control?
I didn't say they were given due process. It's that they have.
You did.
I said they have been given due process.
Right.
So
but I just explained that the due process they are owed is military justice. By the way, it's not a great process. Like, I wouldn't choose that court if I had an option. But yeah, they are given the due process that the entire world agrees they are owed.
Wait, so what is the world think? What due process do they believe that the world think that they're owed?
The world would argue one of two things. They would, yes, the world would have two rough positions, or maybe three. They would say that A, the justice which Israel owes the Palestinians is the justice required by the Uniform Code of Military Justice, which is military tribunals, which is what they get. That's what Israel gives them. The other people who are probably withholding their due process would be Jordan, which took away their citizenship after they tried to know them, bro. They tried to hold them to. Jordan theoretically should owe them due process. Any complaint that they have as citizens should be responded to by the Jordanian government in the ways you expect a civilian court to respond. However, Jordan removed their citizenship and is denying them due process. So that is true. Same thing with the Egyptians over in Gaza. Gaza was an offshoot of Egypt that was given to their stead. They abandoned them, cut them off. They now do not have due process under the states which they were given to, Egypt and Jordan. So the other people you could argue should give them due process fail to would again be the authorities in the West Bank and Gaza, which would be Hamas or the PA, which, again, probably you're right, they're not giving them due process. So of the three people that could be giving them due process, Jordanians, Egyptians, not. Palestinian Authority, Hamas, not. Israel is. And yet you accuse Israel of not giving them due process. Please explain to me, after I said to be cautious about what you choose to believe, why you chose to believe that Israel was not providing due process to the Palestinians.
And like I said, I'm saying they have not been given due process.
Well, like, they've got those security checkpoints, they don't have freedom of movement.
Military justice, which applies to every country on the planet.
So why are they still detained?
Because they have committed crimes under the UCMJ and are being accorded their due process rights under the UCMJ. Is that clear?
Yeah, I mean, it's just basically they have not been held in detainment. How long
If you're for any particular case, you could find an answer.
I think the word that you're flooding, the word that you're flooding here is detention and not a word detention. No, I mean, you should be like, educate yourself before you talk shit. Well, cringe. It's cringe. Like, you don't even know who's repeating some bullshit.
You haven't met Macro yet?
You didn't even take the time to look into what you're talking about.
Well, I guess the point is essentially the fact is that it seems like that there's an outcry, basically. I'm not suggesting, like I said, like that, the people being taken as hostages by Hamas was absolutely horrible. But it's like, do Palestinians themselves, do they not have the same right to be concerned about the loved one who's been held in detainment?
Not the same thing. The people who are in detention, not detainment, committed crimes, dude. Are you not following the plot here? The people that they took hostages were in their fucking pajamas in bed. They were children that they killed. Are you following this shit? These are old grandmas in their freaking pajamas. They put them into toilets and blew the fucking toilets up. Are you drawing some kind of a moral equivalence? The people that Israel arrests are trying to kill Jews. You're
you're like comparing the Nazis to the victims of the Nazis. The fuck is wrong with you? He doesn't know he's some fucking nitwit.
Well, Normo, I've done a very studious study of the Middle East conflict in my spare time.
None of it.
And,
You're trolling. I'm sorry. Don't troll. Just move.
but El Normo, you have to agree that it's asymmetrical warfare.
Well, I mean, yeah, you're right. I mean, just because Palestine doesn't have one plane, doesn't give Israel the right to use another plane on it. Because they start technologically advanced, so it's not an equal war. So, like, what the fuck? Listen, this is why I'm so glad we don't live with cavemen. The cavemen, they didn't learn how to throw a rock. Is the one that died.
I'm just not very optimistic that there's ever going to be peace in our lifetimes.
Do you really care?
That's good. You should not be optimistic. You see peace in your lifetime. Too many people kill far too many others because of their desperate need to see the peace in their lifetime. They're so terrified that the peace will happen after they're dead that they start killing anyone that is in between them and their vision of peace.
No, that's not.
People who want the peace and try to make the world a little better. And
What are you, some FBI commune? Sometimes wars are fought. That's how life goes.
So,
yeah, every idiot that tried to see peace in their lifetime started the war.
I don't think you're being an idiot by trying to be idealistic and actually stop war.
I'm not idealistic, I'm realistic. I'm telling you
Well,
all.
no, you're negative.
Stop
Well, of course, I know.
trying
You're like the guy
in your
that
lifetime.
you're like
Start making small adjustments that make the world a little better. Because that's all you get in this life. You don't get big peace. You don't get that. You haven't earned it. You haven't done shit. You just want it.
Well,
And you're lazy and you're greedy and you deserve every bit of peace that you put effort into.
it's said it's estimated that 300 million people have died as a result of war.
I just pulled up from NPR. So here's what it says after October 7th.
I don't want to hear about October 7th again. It makes me
NPR
sick.
has been
Fuck
defunded.
those people.
Well, I agree it was.
The Trump administration defunded NPR.
That's true. NPR gets funded.
Yeah, because they're fucking fake.
Did they all get PBS? They defunded PBS motherfuckers?
No, Sesame Street is a profitable business. Sesame Street will always have
Well,
money.
it used
They
to with
turn a
Mr.
profit.
Rogers. Yeah.
They took away Mr. Rogers, that son of a bitch.
I thought he was alive to see this, it would kill him.
I know, right?
Well, I think Mr. Rogers would be sick.
He would have sung a really sweet song
You know,
about it.
actually today, in today's woke culture, they would call Mr. Rogers like a pedophile or like, well, why isn't he
He
married?
was a
or
positive
kid or whatever.
homosexual.
They make fun of
I
him.
dare anyone to watch any single
He was
episode
married.
of and
He
see
was
no,
married. He's a good man. I'm just saying, they'd be like, well, he doesn't accept gay people or whatever. They would talk about that kind of thing.
You probably did. You
Yeah, he's a good guy.
fucking guys really can't find nicer than Mr. Rogers.
Yeah, I don't know. He was good.
I don't think we should try to Mr. Rogers, because I think he would be sick by a lot of culture today.
Would be what?
He would be sick.
But Necro,
He would be sick by a lot of culture.
He's by nothing. You grew up with the fucking hippies. The people that were ready, he said, were
I
high
don't think
on
Mr.
their
Rogers
ass every day.
smoked weed.
Necro
He's
has
a minister or something, I believe.
Necro is very accepting of everyone. He has dated multiple trans people.
Who told you that? He's trolling. He's kidding.
I'm not kidding. Necro has dated trans.
Fuck that. You proved that one. You can't just estimate.
Go ahead, Necro. Don't be ashamed. Tell them the truth.
Yeah, don't say that when Mr. Rogers goes.
Go ahead, Necro. Tell them the truth. It wasn't a mistake.
Yeah, I don't understand why you're concerned about my sex life.
I'm just saying that Mr. Rogers is accepting of everyone, but in 2025, if he was still alive, he may not appreciate the trans LGBTQ.
I didn't say that.
I don't know about that.
I'm pretty sure that he's not done
well,
with
you mean like,
mutilating
okay,
children,
well,
cutting their penises off to craft vaginas.
I think like it's interesting. Rogers, Mr. Rogers, like registered as a Republican, said publicly like speaking about numbers. I think it's very. I think he was like by his own party personally. I mean, not
His own party. He didn't care that much about politics.
So, well, I don't know if he.
He was just trying to be a wholesome, good man. Why does that have to be your privilege?
Well, I'm just saying, I don't think he would have been as willing to call himself a Republican today, but that being said, I don't think he would have cared with, like, the
Gutting PBS? Yeah, he fought against that in Congress.
Yeah, I mean,
Hey, so he was a good man, so please stop trying to take down people that actually
Yeah,
read.
but they didn't do the kind of propaganda they do now. The 1980s propaganda was pro-American. Now it's all anti-American.
It's like trying to say, oh, would a caveman be racist? I don't know. I mean, this is many years ago. Look at what today.
In defense of defunding PBS, there's no replacement to Mr. Rogers. Where's that amazing, wholesome, good American that is just someone we all want on our television screens when our kids are around?
Well,
I don't see that from PBS.
Wait, hold on. Hey,
It's Modern Family.
What about that one I did with the train? And George Carlin was the conductor. Yeah, I used to watch that, and I was like, that was classic.
We also had
In England, it was not George Carlin.
We had
Ringo Starr.
We had Elmo, now we have El Normo.
So yeah, you had Elmo, and apparently ever since PBS cut.
Okay, dude.
He became a Nazi.
Okay, listen, man, you sound like a low energy, kind of depressed guy that just kind of wants to dump the room down. You're right. You let other people talk and stuff. Because, like,
He's
you know, you just somebody you find in the alley, it's like, hey, man, you got a cigarette. And I'm like, okay, yeah, try it. Yeah, cigarette.
So what do you think about General Flynn calling for a purge and backing Tulsi Gabbard? What is a purge in the U.S. government?
In the movie?
Not like the movie, but General Flynn...
I was going to say the same thing, but for one night you get to kill whoever you want.
Right.
Well, what I'm saying is, like, who do they plan on arresting? Because General Flynn on X today in the live room said we need to get chalk and a chalkboard and game plan the mass arrests.
You know, they don't use chalk anymore because I think the dust is carcinogenic. Everybody uses whiteboards now.
Yeah, but those are cancerous too.
I think they should cancel Flynn for a day. Don't they could use like laptops?
See, the thing about Flynn though is, I mean, there's this wild conspiracy that Israel is somehow involved in, you know, espionage with the United States of America. So
of course it is. Why the hell wouldn't it? Wait a second.
Every freaking state is involved in espionage.
Yeah, North Korea, everybody.
Why?
I don't do the same thing.
To be honest, I don't think we should charge with espionage. I personally think espionage, the espionage acts that it should be repealed.
Okay, whatever. That's nonsense. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about, kid. What did you just graduate like the first semester?
Similar to that, Necro. Are you trying to prove something?
I just said I don't.
Trying to bring the room down.
Jesus Christ. Yeah, whatever.
listen, just let Necro have his soundbite.
Woman and say shit like that.
Just let Necro be Necro.
Come on, man.
You can't sit up, bro. Like, have some confidence in shit. It's not like you're just all bored.
Yeah, you just want people to fucking chill.
I'm not trying to chill. I'm gonna chill. California.
Just be kind. Let's be kind. Let's practice mercy. Be compassionate. You know, Necro, I don't think you've ever read Zohar, but the byproduct of reading Zohar is compassion. So I have compassion for you, Necro. Anyways, I'm just saying that General Flynn, you know, it's kind of vague, you know, what he's suggesting. And this whole Tulsi Gabbard DNI release on Obama and all his associates, I just think it's nonstop nothing burgers, and Trump will be magnanimous and practice mercy. But I still think he should do more to publicly shame.
I just think it's nice when we're trying to get people to be distracted from the S15 files.
No, that's low-hanging fruit. I get what you're saying, kid, on that one. I respect you on that. But hey, Congressman, we're both from Chicago. We know the politics. When Obama was elected,
What the lane's Maxwell is going to tell Congress with her testimony? I'm curious. Are you?
well, yeah, but we don't know what's going to happen. That's like predictable.
I know, but you can do anything. I was honestly, I thought you were dead. This is awesome.
Why do you think she was dead?
Well, because I know Epstein died, and I don't know if she got arrested, and everyone was talking about her. I just assumed she was.
That's because he was some hotshot fucking guy that was all of a sudden like...
No, but this is great. She's
Killer
like a
jail.
crazy co-conspirator. She can say anything. She can say that Hillary Clinton did it. It's amazing.
It's not going to affect my life.
I disagree with you. First of all, she is in play, she's active, and she could lie. She could be bought so easily. This is hilarious. This could go anywhere.
So, do you think she's actually going to give testimony to the Oversight Committee?
Sure, but she can get sleep. Oh, sure.
But why now?
Huh?
Why now? I mean, this has been, we've been talking about getting, testimony from her for a long time now. Why now?
Why now? Because she's done 5 out of her 20 years and she wants to get out of jail. I think she should. Or out of prison.
Do you,
The media is like rising to a fever pitch. All the Trump teams want to know about Epstein. Trump says it's dead. They don't believe it. The Democrats don't want it out. The Republicans don't want it out. But Americans are like, come on, this is classic American baseball. I love it.
yeah, it's true. But it just seems to me that the news cycle is so artificial that there is this like mass media simulation mind control, and that all this Epstein stuff, I mean, if it all is because of that DOJ memo and that Axios release, or because of Elon Musk's tweets, it does seem to be a persistent mind virus. But these persistent mind viruses disappear in 24 hours, like they're vapors and specters, and boom, they're gone. It's like the whole conversation shifts and changes. Like, this is all just temporary.
I mean, I'm on the sidelines on this one. You guys know more about this Epstein. Well, you care more, let's say, about the Epstein. I don't know. What I don't know what... It's just like trying to say you know what the mafia thinks. You don't know. You don't know shit. It's like trying to... Okay, you ever heard of a false flagger? It's basically if you pretend to be in a gang, okay, and you go up to somebody and, hey, I'm blah, 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 with the gang sign. They're like, all right, cool. And then they'll say, spit your poetry in. And then if you don't know the poetry, just whatever, they do not kill you unless you get in the gang. You get shot. So it's called false flag.
You got kicked out of a co-working space?
Sit down.
How did they ask you to leave?
They just texted me. They didn't ask me to leave. You know why? Well, they think I'm a journalist, right? Because I put this job flag. I wasn't even on the stage. I was in the audience. No, I put an Israel flag, and they were talking shit about Obama.
Oh, I thought you were talking about you were actually at like a WeWork or something. Not a clubhouse experience. Got it. Never mind. No, this is stupid.
Yeah, some guy got it. You thought I got kicked in real life from a co-working space because I'm a Jew?
Well, I thought like you were falsely identified.
And therefore kicked?
Yeah.
I find it very interesting how now you're interested.
Well, I think it would be kind of funny that like you're having a conversation here and people are calling you rabbi, and then some like Canadian woke liberal is like, that guy's a fucking Jew. We need to get that guy out of here.
Oh, that's all the time. But it's Republicans on this app. Because they're talking shit about Obama, and I say I love Obama because had it not been for him, none of them would be on this app. Obama phones all the way. And then I put in Israel. I said, because they say that, you know, Obama is a traitor and he is, you know, is disobedient to the American whatever. And I said disobedience to tyrants, disobedience to Hashem. And then I put the Israeli flag.
So, you listen to these numbers. The USA spends $7 trillion a year, which is $15 billion a day in spending. That's funded, and then they borrow $5 billion to fund that $20 billion a day that they spend. So the federal government spends $20 billion a day. 15 is from taxation, $5 billion is borrowed. Now, if you go to work for $100,000 a year,
Well, that's $5 billion borrowed a day.
yeah, they borrow $5 billion a day.
You know how insane that is, right?
It's insane. But the craziest thing is, because they're borrowing $5 billion, that's literally like the profit and the adjusted gross income of everybody. Because all of these people who are paying taxes and are actually making decent money, 500,000, million, 20 million, whatever, that's only possible because of the borrowing. So everybody's income is just borrowed. So just think about that in the future when you want to retire, you know, hypothetically. Everything you earned was just borrowed on your behalf. So it's the most artificial economy on the planet. Now, but this is the craziest thing. I just did an analysis of, you know, just looked at all the different currencies compared to the dollar. Argentina's currency through the roof, Colombia's currency through the roof, in terms of conversion from dollar into their, but look at Israel. Israel's conversion rate has gone down and remained relatively fixed. But guess what the most pegged country is to the dollar on the whole planet?
Not Israel.
No, it's Saudi Arabia, because basically they convert all of their oil revenue into dollars. So they're basically a dollar-based country.
Oh, okay. They're not also the petrodollar. Okay.
But anyways, my point is, when you realize as an American how much they're borrowing on your behalf, and if you live in a city that's already broke, you realize that we're very lucky that we can even get away with this scam, this Ponzi scheme. But it also shows you how weak every other country is in terms of their currency, because their value of their currency isn't going up. So either they're manipulating to maintain, you know, relativity, or it's just that there are so many dollars out there that we have a big runway to continue this borrowing. And I think the more they try to change it, like if they took over the Federal Reserve and merged it with Treasury, or if they actually remove the unethical behavior in Congress in terms of borrowing and spending, it'll be a global catastrophe, and maybe billions could die from it. Like, the whole world is based on this illusion of dollars that people just keep buying into, you know, day after day after day after day. So I don't think that the magic will ever break, to tell you the truth. I think the scam will just keep going forever. I don't think it will ever end, unless Washington, D.C. gets invaded, which is very unlikely.
As long as the debt, so you keep borrowing, okay? As long as inflation, so if the interest rate, if the growth, forget inflation. Well, we use inflation to approximate growth, but essentially it is growth. As long as the growth is bigger than the interest rate, then we're fine. That's just the general gist of it. But but you're growing. Because growth requires innovation, it requires productivity boosts, and all that stuff, and it's not happening.
So it's pretty fixed.
We reached the point where we need something like electricity. Are we ever going to have something like as revolutionary? We're not talking AI. Forget AI. Even the internet doesn't count, because that's communication. That's a catalyst, sure. But we need like something like really earth-shattering, like electricity.
Yeah. Electricity is the big one. I mean,
exactly. But you need something of that magnitude. Like, you can't even conceptualize it. What is it? Yeah, that's the type of thing we need.
something that changes your life entirely, not just communication like the internet. Something way bigger than the internet. Can you imagine?
Well, have you heard of liberal, Democrat, socialist, populists?
Like Bernie Sanders people?
It's the same bullshit, like, utopia story. Like, you're asking for something like immortality or something. Like, there's just no breakaway technology that's not natural. Like, even electricity is natural. So, you're asking for something that is imaginary.
We're asking for something, well, it's not even asking, that's exactly what we need. Like, until you get it. So borrowing, so what I'm telling you is, you can keep borrowing, it doesn't matter. Keep borrowing billions and trillions.
Well, that's fine, I get it. But then the irony, I get it. But the irony is, people who have made a lot of money, they have these fantastic imaginations like you, and then they invest all this money into clean energy, and it turns out you can't create clean energy, and it's an investment scam, and you got the rug pulled, and you got suckered.
You can't create clean energy, what you can.
No, I'm saying one in, one out. There's always this negative, you know.
First things first, you don't create energy, you just...
I get it, but what I'm saying is, you know, like nuclear decay. What I'm saying is, there's energy creation decay. So how do you actually get profitable, cost-free energy? It's like impossible.
Yeah, no, but you're talking about next level. You're talking about like the Communist Manifesto.
No, I'm talking about the fusion reactors. Even Bill Gates is investing in them. And
no, this is not Communist Manifesto. Sorry, this is like Das Kapital. This is literally what it is. We need reliable access to not only cheap but free energy. The only way you can establish communism is with that. Marx doesn't name it this way, but that is the only way you can achieve it.
Well,
that is what we want. And look, honestly, it's not just the communists. Everyone in the world would want that, but it's just that it's a utopia. So
well,
some people live as it happens.
See, I think you might have energy and money confused with Marx, because according to the Marx book that I have, he believes that a fiat currency system is the only way to truly achieve a communist state. So you could say that the Federal Reserve, unbeknownst to the Americans and hard to accurately describe, is truly a communist branch of the U.S. federal government. It's not part of the three branches. It is. I have it in the Marx book here in my house.
So why does Marx say that fiat currency is the only way to establish communism?
I don't have my books organized.
That's not what he says.
I don't have my books organized.
There's no way that that's what he says.
100%. I read it because I was kind of shocked when I read it. I wouldn't be able to create that thought.
I don't
read
think,
it and memorized it.
Marx knew what fiat currency is.
He did. They used paper money, dude. I have actual Russian rubles. I have, dude. Okay, I'm gonna PTR. Hold on. I got them on my wall. I have communist. I have Soviet currency. I have Soviet currency on my wall from 1982. It's the same exact system. Check it out. I'm gonna PTR it.
Yeah, the Soviets like something like that. Marx cannot conceptualize fiat currency.
Okay, well, I'm making the leap that communism was highly influenced by Marx. Or I'm talking about Soviet Union empire.
Soviet Union is mostly based on that, but yes, it's grounded in it. So there's Marxism. There's Marxist values.
See, this is the point about fiat currency, is because it creates this massive perpetual paradigm. It is, you do have the ability to actually significantly create an equilibrium through the fiat currency, and that's what is so dishonest about it, because the truth is war, as well as poverty and perhaps even slavery, is natural. What's unnatural is the fiat currency system, which does wealth transfer and allows people to fail. It's fascism in a way.
And it is. Because whoever controls the machine controls all things, yeah.
Yeah.
But you benefit from that.
Well, what I'm saying is it's unfair and unnatural to have this syndicate between one body
Because
and the banking cartels.
Recording everything with 50 phones.
Why do I do that? Because it's surveillance capital. This is my deposit in my online metaverse.
Yeah, but fine. But what I'm saying is, natural is not really what we're going for here.
Well, really, I have built a library of 15-second sound bites, but also like unlimited live stream conversations. But I think my 15-second sound bites are like the most interesting part of all the recordings that I do. And it's always like little buzzwords. Like today, one of my top videos is "so juicy" because somebody in the room said "so juicy."
They keep deleting your videos. I don't even know why you do that.
They didn't delete them anymore.
So, you just upload it. What are you trying to do? I think the only thing you're doing is you're trying to take space, I suppose.
Well, I think if you Google my name, John Kitover, because I'm running for Congress as a Republican, it just shows that for quite a while I've been recording political conversations. And what's interesting is about all the conversations that I listen to, because the brain forms the opposite response to what you're listening to, I've essentially trained myself to detect liberal, social, Democrat populists, or what we call Marxist communists, which are low IQ, Democrats. So I have, made a research project into the Democrat mind and the Democrat political herd.
Okay.
And I've discovered that they're just low IQ racists. They are who they criticize white people to be, which is supremacists and racists. And that's exactly what they are. That's all they do, is they just project and lie and create bullshit propaganda. And just the past 3 or 4 days has all been Epstein and how Trump is a pedophile nonstop. It's pure politics. It's freedom of speech politics, where people have the freedom to lie and spam each other as much as they desire. But as a researcher, it's up to us to record and document them in the wild. And this is the new jungle.
Do you not believe that Trump is, if not a pedophile, is going out of his way to defend pedophiles? Do you believe that?
Well, how is he doing that? Because I don't understand. Your question says that he is actively defending Epstein, who is dead.
He's not defending Epstein, he's defending Epstein's clients.
Okay. Well, see, that's the thing where it's like you're defending a body of people that are not identified. So you're asking me to essentially, label a whole group of people who are going to individually go to trial, which they never will. So you're just making a hypothetical, which is, such a vast...
They're gonna never will.
Exactly. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is a nothing burger, and the fact that people want it to be some type of, cheeseburger, but it's just a nothing burger, shows you how the news cycle basically creates mind viruses every single day. And there's a new mind virus today, a new mind virus tomorrow. And this will all go away because there's no actual list, there's no court proceedings, there's no arrests. This is all just media mind virus. It's like watching Sunday football. This is all it is. People go to NBA games, basketball, football games. It's the same type of mind virus where you just get spammed for so many hours, but they don't want you thinking about the budget, which is $20 billion a day. That's the most amazing power in the world, to literally be the president, because you are literally presiding over a daily spend of $20 billion. Could you even imagine having that kind of power? It's unfucking believable.
Well, number one, Trump really raised that, so it's like unprecedentedly. So I'm not sure that's a good for Republicans, but at the same time, I'm just missing how there's nothing. He raised the debt limit.
Yeah.
It's, $5 trillion. Maybe because
because every year they do it, and every year when they do it, they try to squeeze in all these things. So if there's so much of a margin, then maybe there won't be all of these extras.
The only difference is that Democrats actually increase the deficit. Everyone increases the deficit, but the Republicans always increase it more. Now Trump is coming in acting like he wants to cut costs, and he cuts costs that are more or less relatively vital, which is fine, but it's not fine when you cut these costs and end up increasing the spend in unprecedented amounts of $5 trillion. I would not be expecting that. So,
did he increase the spending or the spending limit?
Both.
Spending limit and therefore spending.
No, the spending limit just.
Both are well.
Okay.
You have to do one to do the other, but the point is.
You have to do one to do the other, but that doesn't mean the other has to be done.
I know, but they're going to do it.
Or has been done yet.
The point is, Trump is King Midas. He is presiding over the biggest budget on the planet. And it's the American people who will pay the price, or they won't pay the price. That is the one thing that, like, if you try to figure out the future, it's possible that there's no impact from this insane spending, for future generations. Because I have this book, it's called The Practical Necessities and Rights to Demand Everything. And it says that in the end, we weren't greedy enough. So if you're truly patriotic, you should believe in the brrr and the printers, because that's the only salvation that we have. That we have this unbelievable ability to continue to scam the world with paper or artwork, as opposed to gold or silver or platinum.
But I don't know if you're paying attention. Last 2 times they had. Didn't you see Jerome Paul's testimony?
Ron Paul?
Like, Jerome Paul, yeah.
Jerome
Paul.
Yeah,
Jerome. Yeah. That happened, but at this time, there was an FOMC, but I'm talking about the testimony in front of the Congress. This was like, what, 3 weeks ago?
Yep.
Somewhere there, say 2-3 weeks ago, something like that. It's done it over multiple days, 5 hours straight.
Mm-hmm.
We should look into it. Because I'm not sure that's what's happening. The dollar is it is losing value. In fact, what's so shocking to me is that Jerome says that it is indivisible. So when Congress is asking him, what's your mandate? And your mandate is maximum employment, but also
price stability.
It is maximum employment, but also to protect the dollar. And they're telling, hey, do you think we've done a good job at that? Well, maximum employment, sure. But the dollar, do you think we've done a good job at that? Instead of defending it, he just says that it's inevitable. So he admits it, and he doesn't seem to, I'm not sure he believes that that's the person. So the fact that the world is dumping the dollar. And if the world dumps the dollar, you can't really scam them. So, what I'm trying to tell you is the scam is not sustainable. And you're gonna have to go with something.
But if you look at these other countries' currencies, like Colombia, for example, it's up. The dollar is up there. 100% over the past year. So it's like other countries do the same scam. Argentina was doing the same scam, but now look at the currency price of the Argentinian peso. It's like at an all-time high for conversion from dollar to peso. So they devalued their currency significantly.
And there's a big difference because you can't compare these countries with America because America has a superpower. Currency, no one else has that. So the Americans can live. Some other countries can live, but they cannot live beyond their means, or at least not to the same degree. Americans live way above their means to produce. Americans live way above their means. Like, if you look around, and if you think life is expensive, salaries are low, all of that stuff, you have no clue. Because reality is, things should be much more expensive, and your salaries should be much lower. That's reality. But you just live way above your means, and you also have cheap and easy access to credit. Look, you shouldn't take this thing. You really shouldn't take these things for granted.
No, I don't. I'm just saying that it's like interest. I just find it amazing that we're able to inflate the money supply by $5 billion a day, unrestricted. You know, but it's like it's not illegal to do, but it's just not ethical or moral to burden future generations with your rampant spending. It's not. It's like if you were the father of a household who was borrowing money to go to the casino to lose it for entertainment because they're not really getting good at ROI on their spend. You know, it's not like there's nothing, no real value being created in the spending of that, in a lot of that money. So there's no infrastructure being built. There's no real investment. Like it's not even agricultural. It's not housing. It's nothing. It's like going to the lobbyist pipeline, basically.
Yeah, this is just not the best. The government's not the best investor, but what I can tell you is that's a real misconception. That it's just unrestricted. That's just not how it is. In the U.S., you don't even print money out of nowhere. You know what? The Federal Reserve doesn't even decide how much money to print.
Well, they go to BlackRock or they go to Bloomberg and they say, hey, we want to give you $1 trillion. Give us your toxic debt. They transfer the toxic debt to the balance sheet of the Federal Reserve, and they hold it, and then they just. I mean, this is like
something called the overnight rate. That's what we call it in Canada. You guys call it something else. I forgot what you call it.
We call it the overnight rate too, I think, or the federal funds rate.
Federal funds rate. There you go. That's what we call it. So that's the very, very, very short-term interest rate. That's like the one-day short. Like that's the one-day interest rate. So what the Fed does is they manipulate that, and that in turn stimulates the market such that then the demand for money will be changed. The central bank manipulates the overnight rate, that is the federal funds rate in the U.S. That is what the central bank does. They don't control the money supply directly. Then the market demands certain things, like related to the money market, and then like buying and selling securities from the banks. So then or even the treasury. But the central bank doesn't decide we're going to increase the money supply by this much. That's not how it works. They give the money supply that the market demands, and they manipulate the demand by manipulating the short-term interest rate. Because the short-term interest rate leads to changes in the short-term interest rates lead to changes in the long-term interest rates. And that is what changes the demand for money. And based on the demand for money, that is what we give you. So the money supply is not something that's directly controlled. That's a huge misconception.
well during
The people, the members of the Fed are the ones that.
I mean, don't get me wrong, they could. That's not what they
they do. They also buy equities. Don't forget, they do quantitative easing, and they literally buy stock market positions in the billions and billions.
That's what I'm telling you. So they buy 100%. So the market demands money, and therefore the Fed comes in and buys the securities from the banks.
Yeah.
And this way, the banks get the money. Now,
Well, what
the banks are the Fed.
No, when they are inflating the money supply, they're literally buying equities, and so portfolios go up in value, and people cash out and take profits. That's how they're trying to stimulate the economy, through quantitative easing that way. That inflates the money supply through the stock market.
They also sell them to the banks.
Got it. Anyways, I'm just saying there's a lot of ways that they can manipulate the economy, and they do every available fucking option that they can at scale.
I mean, this makes a huge difference. It's not like people think. It's not like, it's not that simple. They also do, I mean, there's a million things they do, but most of the money that is made isn't even printed. It's through credit expansion. What happens is
derivatives.
Who do you back with?
Oh, I don't want to say online.
Okay, fine. You back any federal? Doesn't matter. You back with,
Navy Federal, USA.
You put $100 in Goldman Sachs. Now Goldman Sachs keeps 10% of it, which is $10. $90 they give out as a loan to another bank, so they put it as a deposit in another bank.
Got it.
The other bank keeps 10% and gives the rest to another bank. On and on and on, but they all pay each other interest. You end up with much more money than you initially started with. That's called credit expansion. That's how money.
Fractional reserve banking, doctor.
So yeah, most money is credit expansion. Most of it. It's credit expansion. That's why taking loans and paying them is the best thing you can do to your system. Everyone should be in debt and pay your debts. That's why everyone's in debt.
I'm in debt.
That's why we give you cheap access to it, but we want you to pay it.
I've got over $1 million worth of debt.
Well, that's why credit cards. There's a reason why we want you to use a credit card. We're gonna try to incentivize you to use a credit card. It's stupid if you use a debit card. Why would you use that? Well, with a credit card, now you can get credit history, which allows you to do certain things, but also you get reward cashback, for example, or points, or right. All these get more rewards. So what we want you to use credit cards.
You
You're
sound,
gonna be that way anyways with debit.
you sound like a Palestinian trying to sell me some kind of credit repair package or something.
I'm just telling you what these are the way they are. Credit expansion.
Oh my god. Rabbi, how do these 45-year-old women look like they're 65? I don't understand. What happened to everybody?
I would say malnutrition, veganism, Pornhub. Why is Princess here?
She's at the gym.
Did she open up a book?
I don't know. She's so retarded.
You don't know she opened up a book, but she didn't go to the gym. That's good.
No, Rabbi. No, Rabbi. You don't understand, Rabbi.
What was the last time she ever did anything? Like, she's been on this app for years, just talking forever about everything. It's so stupid.
Yeah, but who's not doing that?
I'm listening to a lot of this stupid shit.
Hey, you're not listening for shit. You're just recording and saying dumb shit.
No, I listen to a lot of it. I mean, it's nice to walk away for hours, but, you know, honestly, like, I kind of have to even monitor the recordings, because phones go down, and then people play copyrighted music. But for the most part, because of Anonymous, people have accepted the fact that they know that they're being recorded, and they don't even check to see if I'm recording anymore, because they don't even care. Which to me is unbelievable that people would come on here and even make death threats against the president and say horrible things that he's a pedophile, all this shit. And it's like, people are just so short term in terms of their spam.
Trump is either a pedophile or he is covering up, but going out of his way to cover up for pedophiles. There is no other explanation.
Okay,
So,
but
okay.
see, none of
You're
that.
You're right. It's not fair for us to say he's a pedophile. Although it's not fair to say he's not either. But let's assume he's not a pedophile. He's going out of his way to defend pedophiles. And I actually, you know what? I think it's better for you to be a pedophile than to be someone who's not a pedophile yet goes out of his way to defend pedophiles.
Okay, well, that's just like your opinion. It's just like your opinion. I mean, and don't forget, you are an Arab from the Middle East. This is part of your culture. And you're Catholic, or you're not Catholic, right? What are you Greek Orthodox Christian?
If you are a pedophile, I will understand why you try to defend pedophiles. If you're not a pedophile, like again, there's no excuse to any of this. The Epstein files handling is a total managerial blunder.
There's so much information, even with regards to like these accusations about pedophilic activity. It's like, what are the real specifics surrounding these really dramatic claims? You know, there's just no specifics.
Ghislaine is in prison. Why is she in prison?
Because she was a madam.
No, why is she in prison? Because there's no clients. Then you can't say she trafficked kids.
Well,
I don't know if her prison sentence was related to children or to like, adults. Let's Google it. It's a good question. I don't know what she was found guilty of, but I think it was trafficking, wasn't it?
The story does not make sense. No, we know that there is a client list. Obviously, the client list. I'm not. No one is saying that Epstein has a piece of paper on which is the name of every single person who came to him as a client. No one believes that. But what we do know is that there are people who are known and went to these parties where they fucked kids. We want a list of their names. That is what people are asking. It's very reasonable. There's nothing off about it.
Yeah, you're right.
People have the right to wonder, because that's the biggest scandal in modern America. And I find it to be insanely insulting. I'm not even American. It's insanely insulting to have a pedophile or adjacent president claim his voter base for what? For being interested in who's fucking their children? To me, it's bewildering. So yeah, you're gonna have to excuse some of us when we say, you know what? Honestly, I do care more about who is fucking our children than your alleged advancements in El Paso, respectfully.
Yeah, I agree with you. This is pretty wild because I just reread the Southern District of New York sentencing and what she was charged with and what they're actually saying, back in 2022. And I'm like, holy shit, like, this brings up a big, like, it is the biggest point of the whole trial. It's like, who the fuck were they blackmailing, and who were their associates? Because it's not just the story of Ghislaine and Jeff, it's the story of their network. And that is the one thing that has never, ever been, disclosed. So, it is insane. But
so some people would say that because here, I don't know if this is edited or not. I don't know when was the last time it was updated. I have no clue. But some people are claiming, and now suddenly, see, the thing is, no one used to say these things. But now, since Trump said it, people just say, oh, it's not important. Oh, no, it's not so because just because Trump said so. Some people are telling you, oh, she was trafficking children and minors, sex trafficking for Epstein, not for anyone else. And hence there is no client list, there's no clients, it's only Epstein. But then one would question, why is it that why is it that it's happening in an island? Why not in an apartment? And also, why is it on an island where there's parties and there's young girls at these parties? And why is it that there's hidden cameras everywhere on the island? Why is that? If it's just for Epstein. Yeah. So, that is a basic question. You will really struggle to answer that. But yeah, to me, I find it to be it's an excuse that is even worse than the crime. Yes, yeah, just like Pontius Pilate, I wash my hands clean. Hey, since you already found the file, maybe you should read about it. Or, you know what, just try, copy-paste it in ChatGPT and try to see what it says.
for what?
Whether or not anything in here indicates the availability or the existence of clients. Or if it is allegedly strictly limited to Epstein. Because I am pretty sure it's not just Epstein.
Well, everything in that Southern District of New York trial, that is what's all redacted. So that the information is there, but they're just never going to, the courts are never going to release it. It's crazy, dude. It's like a legal, political, industrial complex, and the amount of...
You see things like that, how can you still be interested?
Well, I always kind of thought that he had to have been compromised. I actually created a tweet back in 2020. I
show too.
Hardcore compromise. Hardcore.
Yeah.
But see, you made a statement right now, unknowingly. You made a statement that he's a pedophile.
Well, this is where I'm not. Like, that's so speculative. It's irrelevant because it's really all.
Is there another explanation?
See, it's not just about. See, this is also about friendship and about relationships and psychology. It's not just about blackmail. It's about alliances, or just associates.
Hold on a second. So, granted, but when Trump is not only the most anti-establishment, but allegedly the only one who is anti-establishment, not controlled opposition, no, anti-establishment, to the point where he even got killed not once but twice. I would expect that person not to care much about alliances with the establishment, correct? This is a very basic level, like this is elementary type of questioning. No one can give. What kind of excuse is there for that? So you're anti-establishment and almost got killed twice for it, allegedly, right? That's the narrative. But now, it's about alliances with who?
Not necessarily alliances. Like, it's about their behavior. Like, dude.
Well, we can't have it both ways. Either he's establishment or he's not.
See, this is the kind of funniest thing in the world when everybody's just like, oh my god, we have another pedophile president. How could this be?
Well, I hope he's a pedophile, because the alternative is worse.
Here, look at this photo. PTR.
The alternative is worse. He's a non-pedophile who is intentionally covering up for pedophiles, for probably an even worse reason. He is someone who is willing to be blamed and looked at as a pedophile so that he may not be exposed for other things. God knows what that other thing is. So I hope he's a pedophile.
Well, see, you love saying really stupid things like that. I'm the only one. Well, I'm the only one here in the room, and meaning that, like, there are other people that would, like, explode. People get very...
Obviously, he's both a pedophile and he did other things to hide, to keep his pedophileness a secret.
Yeah, but do you understand now? Let's assume he's not a pedophile.
Yeah.
Let's not go down the defamation road. Trump is not a pedophile. Let's say 100% not a pedophile. Can he just admit that whatever he is guilty of is even worse than pedophilia? For him to go out of his way to cover up for pedophiles so that he may not be exposed for whatever he has done. And to the point where he doesn't mind being seen as a pedophile.
It's such a crazy reality. That's
what it is.
Yeah. It's a crazy reality.
Kill children and drink their blood.
Well, there are actually... Would you know Jimmy Savile? Do you know the story of Jimmy Savile? He's like the most prolific British pedophile of recent history, and he was best friends with the King of England. And so there's all these rumors that they were, raping young men and then cutting out their adrenal glands and then drinking their adrenochrome and then dumping them in the ocean. And, there's pretty far out accusations. I was thinking today, like, if there is, like, a satanic cult, I think, like, Macron and his wife and Trump and Obama and his wife, this whole trans thing is tied into the occult. But it's all just transcendental. But it is essentially an inversion of Jesus Christ, which is a man and a woman. The cross, the horizontal being the woman, the vertical being the man. I'm just saying that, like, when a president like Obama, he is a CIA agent, supposedly bred and cultivated for deployment as a CIA product. And so,
Tulsi Gabbard, the head of DNI, one of her first things, she fired hundreds of people who were in some type of a trans sex cult within the intelligence agency, the NSA. Let me get you the link. But the point is, it's possible that there's like a legacy cult or something, like just like Scientology, but embedded within the government, which is being rooted out. But the whole thing seems to deal with trans. That's my opinion. I mean, it's a far out theory, but let me get you the link. And the media won't talk about this. But even Tulsi Gabbard is accused of being in a cult, a Hare Krishna offshoot group. Science and Identity Foundation. These people are all weird. Everybody's weird. Yeah, check this out. There's a trans cult inside the NSA.
Tell me what it is. I can't open it now. What is it? What's it?
It says whistleblower. There's a trans cult inside the NSA. The insider tells the story of the intel agency's ideological capture. Tell me about this culture, how it's been spreading through the NSA. 10 years ago, they started doing the employee resource groups. African American Veterans Pride. It was just a meeting here and there, almost like a potluck, culture, food, a speech. Then it started to get more and more. Instead of just one day a month, it was 1 week a month or the whole month. You could be hired as a mathematician, a staff officer, or system engineer, but you would spend your time going to these events and having meetings all day about it. They got themselves into positions to help craft policy and started pushing the idea that if you want to get promoted, you have to participate in these events. And then everything became pride. You would go to a training and it would be about privilege and how to be a better ally. A lady would give classes on how to talk gender neutral with people. You had analysts that didn't want to do the reporting they were supposed to be doing because they were going to have to report on somebody's dead name. They were having a crisis of conscience about reporting the adversary's actual name because they thought it was their dead name, and they didn't want to disrespect the person. It was like a cult that was hell-bent on pushing gender ideology. There's a very small number of them, and they wield enormous amount of power. And outside of the sick stuff, you also see a prevalent Marxist philosophy going on with these people in their chat rooms. They hate capitalism, they hate Christians, they're always espousing socialist and Marxist beliefs. I know several people at the agency brought that up, like, hey, we're here to fight for the USA and go after the adversaries, and they just got hammered. They would just start coming out with transphobe, homophobe right away, or calling you a racist. And that's why a lot of folks are still hesitant to say anything, because you still have people at these agencies in those key spots. It infected everything. It does, because you have people more focused on this ideology, and folks that are into this don't put their effort into the work. I don't care if you're politically left or right. You can't have an unbiased mind if you're writing a report and you're constantly focused on how does this apply to gender ideology. Because when you do that, it's going to get people killed in the field. Anyways, it goes on and on. I wish I could say I see it playing out well with them or the orders doing it, but after the last 4 years, I just don't know. They should be able to identify them easily because they have all those logs. Anyways, it's the same thing at the agency that I worked with. I mean, they were doing gender training on us. They were having LGBTQ education, pronoun education. It's insane. And it's all just basically fat lesbians who are super woke and want to spread the good news about the gender ideology, cult.
That's amazing.
Yeah. It's spam. It's basically really low IQ stupid spam from very stupid people. And it's terrifying that, people will listen to anything. And they'll be like, oh, something new. Too lazy to read anything. Exactly. Even that's not new. I mean, this horrible behavior has been going on forever.
Yeah, but that's never been anything sort of bad, where it's like globally openly pedophilic governments.
Yeah, the Roman government for sure.
I don't think it was like that. I don't think it was promoting pedophilia, child.
It wasn't illegal. What I'm saying is it wasn't illegal. Like if you were a Roman consul or general or like wealthy, business owner.
Oh, see, I bet you according to the Roman law, 12 was the age of consent.
Oh, 12 was okay. Well, then that's the age of consent. But that's still very young in today's standards. It's 45 years.
Yeah, but it makes sense because that's when the woman, that's puberty. Puberty is when you are able to consent. You become a man and the woman has puberty. Today it's different because you have schooling. When you get a woman pregnant, see the whole age of consent is based on school. That's why it's 18 or sometimes 16, depends on the country. Because if you, the bare minimum is, that's why we have it. But back then it wasn't a problem. Now today you have a situation where globally governments are sexualizing kids at 6 and telling you how to use condoms at 8 and how to give blowjobs and anal sex at 10. Transsexuality and all sorts of sex everywhere. The industry, did I ever tell you about what, okay, so in Ottawa, when I used to live in Ottawa, liquor stores are, I don't know how you say it, but the glass, you can't see through. How do you say that?
It's fogged up.
Sorry?
It's not transparent, it's fogged up.
Whatever, it's like there's like, you can't see through the glass. And that's the case for liquor stores, that's the case for any tobacco related stores, that's the case for weed stores, and even vape shops. You cannot see through. However, the sex shops, you can see everything.
Yeah.
And that's intentional. Obviously, that is intentional. We don't want vape to be visible because that's not good for the kids. Oh, but the sex shop with the dildos and all of that stuff in your face, right by the, that's totally okay. So we are having this, like it's not even, it's in the open. We have in Toronto, I don't know how crazy you are in Chicago, but in Toronto, we have a skinny dipping event for children, where if you are a 14-year-old, you can come without paying. If you are younger than 14, you can come, but you need to be accompanied by an adult. So I can go find any kid, I can find any 12-year-old kid, and I can go skinny dip with him or her, and they pay $0.
Yeah.
So they're encouraging kids to skinny dip.
Yeah.
Of others, including adults, and they're even encouraging them to be with adults as they do it.
Yeah, they have the same thing in all these major American cities. It's all in the Pride Fest because men and women march down the street naked, and all the children come to the fest to watch the old disgusting people walk around naked.
There's that also.
Yeah, same thing.
But this is the worst I've seen. This whole skinny dipping thing. I haven't seen anything worse than that.
Well,
I even still have a poster. I saved it, and I have the number. I tried to call them. And I tried to go to the website, but it was shut down by then. It was attacked. It's something. They shut down their bankers or something. They kept sending packets to the website, and it crashed.
yeah. Well, what can you do? All you can do is run for office and then try to use political power to shut these things down.
Well, I'm just saying, it makes sense why people don't make babies. Like,
Yeah.
I don't want in this environment, I don't want to make babies.
I agree. I don't really want to have kids either in this environment, but I'll tell you what I wouldn't mind doing is leaving the United States of America and moving to. There's a lot of other countries out there that don't have all this bullshit.
Yeah, not good. Yeah, I get it. I come from those countries and I can go there, but you, where do you go?
There's a couple options. I mean, I could go to Israel, I could go to Argentina, I could go to Vietnam, I could go to Thailand.
That's like one of the biggest gay parades. Is that the same as Israel?
Yeah, that's true. I didn't think about that. But, I mean, there's enough religious organizations all around, to where you could become secular, essentially not be involved in...
No, I'm telling you, if you want no degeneracy, Israel is really not the place. Plus, that's the most the highest amount of child rapists and sex offenders per capita is in Israel.
Well, anyways, I mean, you asked me where I would go, but that would be one of my options, because there are religious communities there. I guess if you're saying in the religious communities, there's, rapists and sex offenders.
No, not just in the religious. It's because Israel doesn't extradite. So the Jews being twisted trunks, as we all know, but you can deny it all you want. They do their crime and then they go to Israel so that they are protected there. One of them is Rabbi Tovia Singer.
Do you think Black Rabbi is on the run?
I don't know. I know many.
It's a joke. It's a joke.
It's an objective fact, it's not an opinion. They do have the highest amount of sex offenders per capita.
Mm-hmm.
And density, the highest density of sex offenders, yes, because they don't extradite. So you rape, and then you go to Israel.
What's worse, rape or murder?
I don't know. Depends on the context of things. I would say often murder. So,
yeah.
It doesn't matter. You can murder someone and then go to Israel. That's what they do. So, going to Israel, I'm not sure it's the best thing to against. Aside from the wars, aside from the gay faggotry, aside from the pedophilia, aside from I'm not so sure.
There's just a lot of hot Jewish chicks there, and there's a lot of hot Europeans there too.
Jewish chicks are known for being beautiful, or they're not really known for being beautiful, but also keep in mind who Epstein works for. So
Epstein is dead.
Yeah, because of Moira isn't.
Yeah, but he's dead.
He's dead.
I just like how people talk about Jeffrey Epstein as if he actually exists right now, which he doesn't.
Okay, but his employer does.
Got it. But the thing is, everybody's replaceable.
Exactly. Epstein has colleagues. He's not the only one. And the industry is that.
Well, see, he was kind of probably a little independent in a way, because of his status as an American, and his relationship.
In the only American?
No, his relationship with that Lex Wexner, I think that's the one that basically made him, because I don't know. You read it. Good God, I can't believe how sexually industrious a lot of these abusers are. It's like every single one of these large sex abuse scandals that come out, whether it's the Olympic physician who was examining girls. There was one that just came out yesterday that this doctor. Did you see this one? Let me see if I look for it. This doctor just got arrested in France.
I've been very disconnected, man. All I do is work and study, and I don't do my own project and shit. I'm so disconnected. I have no clue how disconnected I am from all things. If you didn't notice, I'm not even doing Torah studies anymore.
Yeah, you're very secular now.
Well, because I'm off that phase, now I'm on a different phase.
Oh my God, Bill and Hillary Clinton have also been subpoenaed.
Bill and Hillary?
Yeah.
Oh, they've been subpoenaed. Yeah, but it's not that stuff anymore. I mean, remember when Hillary did the attorney emails after the subpoena? Remember that?
I'm looking at an old website. Oh, she's gonna. Ghislaine's testifying August 11th. She's gonna cut a deal.
She's gonna get suicide before that happens.
That's what people were saying this morning.
Okay, question. Why didn't she testify till now?
That's what I was saying. Why wasn't this bitch deposed in front of everybody a long time ago?
She's in a place where she cannot see. Her imprisonment is to defend the clients. She is in a place confined where no one can reach her. She cannot reach anyone without internet. Yes, so now she cannot speak. Now, if you're saying she's gonna get suicidal, there you go.
Florida AG investigating drag show. Troop question Trump's military deployment in California. But I feel a little anxious about why we're here.
You know what the craziest thing is? It's like all of this is just spam, but in the background, all kinds of things are being plotted and planned, and all of this is just like a nuisance to the plotters and the planners, and they're just like, this is insane, all this spam we have to deal with. But it's not gonna stop any major war. Like the Ukraine conflict, Trump is sending more weapons, more money. Like everybody's getting paid, and the money just keeps flowing. Did you ever see the movie Dune? Where they say that the spice must flow. It's like all of this shit is just like political theater and content spam, but it's just a total waste of time. It's unbelievable. I'm trying to find a little link to this doctor who got an ad. See, he had a lot of celebrity clients.
Something wrong with the celebrity clients. Oh, my goodness.
Yeah. Celebrity osteopath. One of London's. Check out this guy. Super predator. Check this link out. Celebrity osteopath, one of London's most prolific voyeurs, Torben Stig Persborg, boasted of treating Olympians, is jailed after secretly filming thousands of women in his clinic, their homes, and on the street. Torben Stig Persborg pled guilty to charges of spying on thousands of women. The 64-year-old Dane lived in London was sentenced on Tuesday to 3 to 5 years and 5 months in jail for admitting 8 charges of taking intimate images and videos of approximately 2,000 women without their knowledge. A judge at Snareswood Crime Court was told that Persborg had taken secret images in his clinic as well as in public other places. Prosecutors said the scale of offenses which revealed one of the capital's most prolific ever voyeurs, including tennis player Caroline Wozniacki, Ronnie Wood of the Rolling Stones, and the actors Mark Rylance and Anna Frey. He was also said to have worked with top-tier Italian footballers. A hard drive, secure digital cards, and a recording device were probably found with thousands of files containing images of vehicles and videos of victims. Investigators established the women were filmed without their knowledge in his private practice in London, at beaches and footpaths, waiting at bus stops, or for the tube and in their homes. Some pictures of video show victims undressing in their bedrooms and bathrooms. 2 videos were found with images of women having sexual intercourse. Prosecutors said that despite not being able to identify any of the women who recorded the videos, obtained statements that they used the digital evidence enough to build a case against the osteopath. Persborg initially pleaded guilty to multiple voyeurs and charged last December, and then the next month they made 5 more charges as voyeurs. After sentencing, Alex Weichenbaum of the Crown Prosecution Service said that Persborg had operated in plain sight for too long, having targeted thousands of women over 12 years. We believe the scale stated as offending makes him one of London's most prolific. Persborg deliberately used the trust of his own reputation to film the intimate such targeted strangers to accept verification. Crazy.
That's right.
I'm sitting here recording Clown House videos. This guy's sitting. I'm a prolific Clubhouse voyeur.
That's right.
The guy gotta go deal with this shit, but it's good to talk to you when you're not voting.
Salam alaikum.
Okay, I'm just gonna ask the question. This could sound bad, but can you just, like, can someone just say, like, sometimes I think if someone came to my door and said, oh my god, you have to say so-and-so or we're gonna kill you, and I'll just, like, what do you do at that point? Do you say, yeah, okay, fine, I'll just say it to save your life? I'll convert.
Christians shouldn't forfeit that to save their lives.
Well, it kind of sounds bad, though, to say that.
It says that they didn't target the congregation, but the pastors, so...
I mean, they must have strong faith that they don't want to submit, but...
It's sad. And I guess it is what it is.
Well, I can also tell you that a lot of the Shias that have survived up until now have survived because they've done the qiyam. They've gone under the radar and hit their religion. Yep, you're right. I've seen that happen too. But I've also seen people that go under the radar and create movements and revolutions too.
Yeah.
What is it that you're all talking about?
We're talking about love, peace, and happiness.
Really? I haven't heard you mention anything about love, peace, or happiness. Just now.
We're saying these are the things we hope for, man. Joy, love, peace, and happiness.
What about strength, beauty?
Beauty. Love is beautiful, you know.
What about kingdom, victory, wisdom, intelligence, strength? So
What
many,
about laughter? What about laughter?
laughter, comedy, so many things to wish for these days.
I feel like we have most of those things, but yet we're not peaceful.
Well, that's a you problem.
Why do kids do it all the time?
What do you think you are? You're like a blonde hair, blue eyed guy, or like in fucking whatever? Shut the fuck up.
Hurry up and land the plane, Pac-Man. We got pink camels on stage.
No, not this guy again.
What are you, an appliance salesman, Elliot?
Look, there's nothing justifies that.
Yeah, like you think you had good conversations.
It's a troll.
It's a waste of time. Low information transmission. Why do you do this? You're like living in a fantasy world. Well, go ahead, Pac-Man. Finish what you were saying.
Super camel mated with Daniel's camel. You guys meet your siblings.
Okay. Shit, what was I gonna say before all this interruption?
I'm telling you to kill your shot.
Okay, so.
Are you that guy from 40-Year-Old Virgin?
Just relax a second, buddy. Yeah, dude, we just talked about this. Right, okay, God asked me to kill my job, right? Nothing justifies that. Not even like.
It's a metaphor for ego death.
Hold your horses there, Congressman. Fuck up. Even if
You know, but it's somebody who can fight better and somebody who can take care of kids better.
No.
I was nervous when I watched that. Probably laughing about. Probably dead serious.
Yeah, but he keeps sat next to him, and
Yeah, he's telling you we're going to arrest you. This is how.
What?
He's telling you only have a few months left for arrest.
Yeah, like
happy for the cameras.
Yeah. Okay, so you had the microphone and you were listening to this conversation.
We need to meet and talk and all stuff. If you watch the video, look at all the humanity. Look at Kamala and her husband. They can hear it.
Yeah, Kamala was trying to get a little bit of a conversation going, but I felt like she was ignored or something because I don't know why.
Because at that point she lost it.
Yeah, lost of power. Yeah. But look, man, this is a big bus. This is a big boat, and infighting is not going to help anyone. So that's it. PhD can fuck himself. I will never speak to him again.
He's got a lot more to offer you.
I don't give a shit.
Like a buy-up.
Yeah, I don't give a shit. Yo, Abaya is more powerful than you think. And this is sad.
Actually, a lot of the actual quote died down quite a bit, so a lot of it is just us.
PhD's got just linguistic skills and you guys get just fascinated. So are you saying you're using him?
Yeah.
I love being activated. It's my second activation. I don't know if I but I was activated early this year in January.
Because you guys had a fight with the talks. Well, but all you gotta do is just, or you not tell Abaya the whole story about that?
I'll speak to Abaya in private. I got his number. I got his whole number, okay? I can just call him and be like, hey, Abaya, this is, what's going on? Look, why are you trying to, like, create,
Jaybird.
big scenes? Yeah, okay, yeah, what Jaybird? Probably Abaya knows he probably knows more about me than anyone else. Like, probably he knows me, right?
What is this system? This is what PhD system?
I don't want to.
But Abaya, here's the thing, right? The guy will make fun of you, right? But then when you joke around with him, like he'll get all serious. Like, come on, what the hell, bro? Like his EQ is so low that he thinks he's the smartest guy ever. Yeah, have you seen a guy with like a skinny legs and a big fucking upper body? That's the guy he is.
Everyone has their pluses and minuses.
Yeah, but he's I'm done with that guy. I can't. I need to speak to a Arya Samaji. I can just call my mom. Yeah, we know a lot of people, and there you go. I don't need
These places here.
You're saying is he from Arya Samaji too?
I think so, yeah. A lot of these people from North Punjab are bro, I can tell the way he speaks. I can tell he's from Arya Samaji. His guru probably is from Arya. This is how he got all his information from. You know, so that's what this is. Look, all these people, they don't know how to source it,
and I can literally source it. Like, where is he getting his information from, right? And I'm just saying.
That's true. That's true. To some degree, that's true. But yeah, I just wanted to know if like you have any kind of already. It's just a hunch. Seems like.
Yeah, he is. And then you know what he'll do? Like he'll get one of the ISKCON guys from western part of the world, and this guy was so good. And then he made me and F12 go through the whole lecture, but the guy was from ISKCON. And he's like, oh, this guy's amazing. This guy's amazing. I'm like, bro. In that case, you should not even be part of whatever the heck you're doing right now. So. Yeah, I mean, it's a little, for me, if someone's getting triggered over a small thing, I don't think it's advanced. So, there you go.
Yeah, wait, you get triggered.
Dude, he gets triggered over fucking everything. Even okay, so there's a theory, and then you have a practical knowledge, right? That's where EQ comes into picture, because if you combine the IQ, EQ, and SQ, which is spiritual intelligence, then you have a real person coming out. Right now what he has is like a liberal IQ. He lived in Canada for a while. He speaks his fucking whatever. He's got linguistic skills, right? And then he thinks like, oh, I'm a superstar. Oh, look at me. And then people like you at home, you fall into this trap, which is, I don't know, I don't think you're seeing it right, man. Yeah, to be honest with you.
You both have a lot to offer. I mean, you especially, you've got a whole lot to offer everybody. And, you know, so does he. That's all I'm making the case he has a lot more to offer than you.
Well, I don't have a point.
But that doesn't mean we all do have value. But it's not to me personally. It's about the value to me.
No, I agree. Look, I don't think I have anything to offer, to be honest with you, when it comes to you or even PhD, right? But I can tell you this. Look, but if someone is like disrespecting a person, then it's like, okay, man, this guy, he doesn't even know value of life. And in that case, why should I even take any drop of knowledge from this guy? There's no need. I mean, there are many good people out there, so that was my conclusion. But I don't think I'm very advanced, but I'm a little bit of a seeker. I keep looking for stuff, and that's pretty much it.
Yeah. So your friend Kama is here. Remember Kama? He's very abusive to me.
Yeah, I'm gonna go read chapter 3 of
All right, everybody. Bring Kama, man. He's wild.
Yeah, he wants to do chapter 3. Okay, alright. Kenna, why don't you come up? Who are you?
Let Kenna read the chapter.
What's up, Jer? Is that what it is? Jer?
Yup. Who's this guy? Can you read? Yo, I'm talking. Who's this guy? It's JR.
It's what? JR? What is it?
JR, you're JR.
Oh, okay. Sorry. I'm so sorry.
Yo, are you the guy from Canada or something? Like you were,
Yeah, that's why it's Canada, you know, Canada, duh.
Dude, why you didn't have an accent?
Because I'm from the South.
South of what?
Anywhere you are.
Yeah, all you fuckers have like a really bad Canadian accent.
That accent is asking people why you have an accent.
Yeah, why do you have an accent, man? Why?
I'm accented.
Are you discriminating foreigners like that? I have an accent as well. You have an accent as well.
He's just curious. He's just curious.
He's just curious. He's just curious. Have you seen that Barbie? She's so good. She's got an amazing ass, and I want to fuck that ass.
No, you don't. You are African.
Yeah, what are you talking about, angels? Why don't you shut up?
I'm talking about that you don't play with Barbies.
I am JR. I talk about celestial beings. I talk about my father raping me when I was child. My name is JR.
Doing it, man.
Yeah, my name is JR. I'm gonna fuck a Barbie today. Yeah, I don't like curries. Yeah.
Here's Lucy. Why are you fucking Barbie?
He's defeating you, JR.
Yo, yeah, I'm tall, man. Come on.
Yeah, I think the only way that you can fuck a Barbie is like...
Yo, shut the fuck up. Why do you have an accent? Why?
Don't be creepy.
Why don't you speak like me? Fuck you, bitch. Why don't you speak like me?
Don't call angels a bitch. That is very rude.
Don't call angels a bitch. That is very rude.
He's drunk.
He's drunk on coke.
And he is coming out from a fight. And I don't know what happened with his date last time. I think he's going through a dark time. That's what it is. So...
Yeah.
Get the frustration out.
Yo, we got a congressman over here. This other idiot. Hey, Congress, what's up? He's trying to record me.
Why do you think I'm an idiot? I mean, aren't we all celestial beings?
Yeah, I love Congress. I love Congress, man. He's a nice guy. I like him. But if he's
Congress, he's a nice guy. I like him. I'd like to suck his cock. I am Gayar. My name is Gayar, and I love sucking cock.
Yeah, there you go.
Another celestial being.
Hey, yo, why don't you come clean my toilets, Canada?
That's what your mom does. That's what your mom does.
That's what your mom does. That's what your mom does. Yeah. Bitch.
Yeah. Fucking.
You are a bitch. You are a bitch to me.
Yo, I can tell, you not been laid in like probably 6 years.
We're projecting. Angel's already just told us you were drunk. You couldn't even make it to your date. You were so drunk.
You already told us
Don't discriminate. Everyone has their dark times. Don't judge them for it.
Yo, what is wrong with all this fucking Canadians, man? Like, fucking, what the hell is wrong with you guys, man? Like, why do you guys hate on, like, fucking...
Why do you guys, like, hate on...
Why do you guys hate... shut the fuck... Yeah, yo. Do the fuck down, alright? I'll slap you, bitch. Now yell whichever you want to. Yeah, stay the fuck down, bitch.
No, you got love language, you know? You try to figure out what your love language is.
Yo, Angel, let me tell you something, right? All these Canadian, I don't know what the fuck is going on over there. Like, okay, so all the Indians go to Canada, right? And they fucking shit on the Indian Americans in fucking America. I don't fucking get this part. Like, I don't even know what the fuck is going on over there, right? Like, why would the fuck would they do that? Like, it's fucking bizarre, man. Seriously. And you know what?
You never heard about the opposite distract each other?
Even that Khalistani guy, what's his name? Anoop, he does the same fucking bullshit. It's like, fuck you, man. Hey, you can give my, hey, you guys
guys got my picture, right? Yeah. Send to Khalistani, guys. I know a few Khalistanis.
I don't know what you mean.
Yeah, I mean, he's a little bit of a joke. I found out.
Are you calling for a Khalistani?
No, I know few of them, and they know him, and then they're like, this guy's a fucking joke. That's what they told me. So then I'm like, okay, if he's a joke, now I'm gonna fucking go full blast on this fucker. So that's what this is. So I took like 2 weeks. I did like some background work, and now I know exactly who this fucker is.
Come on, man, you know who he was before.
I can literally go and fucking slap him on his face, and nothing's gonna happen to me. That's all.
Can we arrange a fight for charity or something? Get a gym.
Depending in what kind of circumstances you're gonna affect it.
Well, we'll get in the padding for the head.
And how?
One pad for the head, and 2 gloves each.
Yeah, bro, you know, he's not gonna win, right? Physically, I'm stronger. You know that. What?
We don't know how tall you are.
Dude, this guy's not 6'2". He's been lying to you.
You look kind of short from the
He's lying to you. It's like fucking. What do you say? He's 6'2"?
You're definitely not tall.
He's not 6'2" though.
Well, maybe he's a 6.
He's not even 6. He's not even 6.
5'10" or 5'11", that's tall.
He's not even 6, man. Come on. Yo, I was in UT, literally. I saw him. I saw him walk. Okay. There's no way he's fucking yeah.
Look, it doesn't matter for a fight anyway. It's about strength. Right?
Right. Okay, anyways. So, the thing is, look, man, I don't know why he's threatening me, a Canadian threatening an American.
No stress.
No, look, I cannot, if he's threatening an American, that's not a good, I can use all my powers.
Some studies could be looking for it. I don't know.
No, I can use all my powers. Oh, wait. Oh, did you say he's a Khalistani?
He said he's going to tell the Khalistanis about their activity.
So that means he's associated with Khalistanis.
Well, they're a legal group of people.
So then, should I just call the FBI right now, or what?
They're not on the terrorist watch.
They are.
No, that's Khalistanis.
How do you know that?
That's for India, not for America.
No, wait, how do you know that?
Because they're all running around. They went to the inauguration. But no.
Yeah, okay, fuck. I got tail in my pocket. It's all good. Yo. So the thing is, look, man, I have nothing to, I don't want any, but the thing is, the way he speaks about me is not cool, and if he's going to escalate, at this point, I took a lot of time to play the chessboard, okay? And I know all the moves. I'm probably 10 steps ahead of him. And
it's just like your opinion.
So wait, hang on. If he's gonna bring it on, let's just go, man. If he wants to fight on the street,
I think that's the best way. Honestly, set a good fight. Shake hands. It's over. it's better not to do on the street. You get like, you know, have your gym, your headgear. You have about a month to train, maybe 2.
We used to go to Sinai as a tourist. They would tell you that they go through Taba border to go and it takes like around the area and have some vacations right there. Even especially when the Iran strikes start happening, there was a lot of Jewish people going through the Egyptian border. Yes, so they can take flights from there to anywhere else.
You know,
Once
where you end up
they
getting
closed
a large
like
disparity between the haves and have-nots.
airport,
Where I personally want a robust middle class, and I think that when it comes to having a robust middle class, you have your skilled workers, you have your which of course is going to encompass blue collar workers, but you're going to also have your professional managerial class, which have, you know, bachelor's degrees, advanced degrees, PhDs, whatever. And it's just like you have a country that runs efficiently. To me, that's kind of like the American dream. What are you capable of? How hard can you work? You know, that's what it is. It's like the world is yours.
Yeah, but see, I have a different. I mean, listen, I agree with a lot of things you're saying, but and I said this before, and this might trigger some of you people. That's fine. I find that not myself, and if it doesn't apply, let it fly. I think Americans are lazy and they've gotten complacent, right? We have a very I think it's a generational thing, but I think young Americans are entitled. They don't have to work. Like we hear it all the time. Oh, if you get deported, who's gonna pick your avocados? Who's gonna pick your apples? American kids don't want that job, Pepe. No matter what they pay, because they think they're better than everybody else. And I think this is a problem in our country, Madison.
Yeah, I think that is an issue, but I also hear what Pepe is saying too, because it's no reason, we have a housing crisis all over the place. There's no reason that my house shouldn't be increasing equity by $100,000 every year since 2020. Like $500,000 in equity in 5 years while somebody else is homeless. That's just wild to me and crazy. Like the disparity is so huge. And even if you go back to Obama, I don't think he should have bailed the banks out. You know, it's definitely not about Main Street. It's all about corporations. You know, and it's getting to the point where it's just too much of a disparity. Like people.
But wait, Madison, I hate to cut you off, but let me just. If he doesn't bail the banks out, doesn't the banking system collapse, and that hurts all Americans? I don't agree with that move, by the way. I'm just curious. If he doesn't do it, what was the alternative?
It wasn't the alternative. It wasn't the entire banking system. It's just that some people have got to hurt, not just, you know, regular working class Americans. If you're rich and you lost all your money or whatever, that's your issue. It happens to poor people all the time. Like, it's expensive to be poor, which is crazy. Like, the more you make, the less you have to spend. I've seen it in real time, and it's just not right.
Well, I just want everybody to know, I invited Ricky Responsible up, even though he hates my moderation style. And he thinks I can do a better job. You know, I should just shut up and not engage in my own room. But I invited him up.
I don't listen to Pretty Ricky.
I'm not.
Did you figure out yet, Jay? I didn't say a word of the things that you thought I said yet.
Really? Because I sent that clip to Sid. He heard it.
So you heard me say that Jay was a piece of shit and I hated moderation style?
Yeah, you actually did say you don't like my moderation style, so I don't know why you come to my rooms.
I actually like your moderation style, so I don't know.
Okay.
And I would like to talk more.
Ricky, yeah, because you don't shut up, but here's the thing.
Yeah, exactly.
Send me your number, and I will send you the clip of what you're saying. See, by the way, I spoke to Pepe. Pepe was in the same room. I'm talking about that same.
But you always mistake me for Pepe. That's the problem.
No. Pepe has a very distinct voice. But
the first time it was me and Pepe.
You know what? Pepe at least said my bad, and we moved on, and we've been having a great conversation. So let's move on. I'm allowing you.
I'm going to say you don't like.
Yeah, send me your number.
I'll send you my number right now.
Okay, no problem. Welcome back, Miss Rydell. Rydell, are you there? Mr. Groot?
Oh, sorry. Anyway, hi. It's okay. So, right now we were talking about middle class in America. Pepe's making some good points. Madison's making some good points. I'm making a point that I think the middle class is a myth and it's not attainable anymore.
Huh, yeah. See, I personally, I wouldn't even know where to begin with that. That's it.
You're not middle class. I love you, but you're not middle class. You're above middle class, and that's fine. You've earned it. You've earned it. But for us poor folk that don't, I'm telling you, don't exist.
I'll definitely listen in on. It's a great topic. What did Pepe have to say? Pepe, what was your take on that?
Well, like when it comes to the wealth that is being in a weird, I don't really want to use this term, but I'll use it, but like usurped by the very wealthy in this country. The disparities of wealth in this country are becoming more and more exaggerated, and I don't necessarily care that we have people have a lot more wealth than other
The
people.
property taxes go through the roof. Just
not,
notice
you
for
know, I don't
liberal,
make some,
socialist,
like,
Democrat, populists, they take your money and transfer it to developers, investors, and
socialist
CHA.
claim, like, oh, that's sickening that billionaires exist. No, it's like, okay, you guys exist, but when it comes to what I think made America great, it was that you had a robust middle class. You had people who, not only through merit, but it's just like, hey, you can get a job, just you have to show up to work, you have to do your job, you can make a middle class living.
In Chicago, when you property taxes
And of course, depending how confident and how hard you work, you can move up in management
and transfer it to
so
developers, investors, and
and you would be
CHA.
given like a retirement package, all of this stuff, and they were rather, I guess you could say that like there was a commitment there, where it's like you worked for them and they definitely delivered on their promise. But we don't get that anymore. Like the retirement packages have completely been diminished. The chance of somebody getting out of high school and earning a middle class lifestyle is nearly non-existent. And of course, housing, like like people even with college degrees, they can't afford fucking houses here. And then like the weird thing about conservatives, they bitch about birth rates and that kind of shit. Well, why the fuck do you think that is? This is the.
Well, Pepe, how could they afford a house when they're paying student loans for the next 25 years?
Well, they know, and that's another thing. It's just like there is like this illness with Republicans and so-called and I don't consider like the neocons to be conservatives, but most unquote conservative consider conservative. But like the paleocons, they had a way different outlook. And
Okay, wait.
just like
paleocon or is a neocon? I need a vocabulary lesson.
Go ahead, Louis.
Well, like, long story short, we can look at like with Barry Goldwater. He's from my old state. We can look at Ronald Reagan. George W. Bush was definitely a neocon. They were a lot of these people came from the left. They were anti-communist, basically. They were very pro-capitalism, rather hawkish when it came to wars.
Russia.
Yeah, and like very liberal social values in a weird way.
Gotcha. Thank you for explaining it. I got it.
And I'm not somebody who's like, nobody really hears me talk too much about social values. I don't really give a fuck about gays and all of that shit. It's just, you're hardwired to obviously be attracted to your own sex. Like, it's the only thing that makes sense to me, so I just don't even care. It's a boring debate. But
Just to agree to.
at the end of the day, it's just like, what you do get, the first things that would happen when communist or socialist in power, any of these social justice advocates, they would basically fucking murder them. They're just like, no, dude, we're just gonna build a healthy fucking country now. Like, you guys served your purpose. You know, when you guys had your revolution, but now we're gonna make things normal, and everybody's gonna work. And by the way, you can't express how you feel anymore, and yada yada yada. Like, these, a lot of communists were very, very, very far right socially, and that's a weird thing. It's like they would even verge further right socially than the fucking Nazis at times, at least. You know, like, at the end of the day, all I care about is, like, I want the everyday American to, like, wait, to think they can have a fucking family here, and there's possibilities for their children. That's literally all I want.
Yeah, I mean, I think people lost track of that too. I mean, what we were talking about, like, there's been so much deregulation, so much outsourcing, tax breaks for the rich, the unions have gone down, but that's a whole other story. I'm not completely behind that, but I mean, we had a time period that we just talked about where Wall Street bounced back and Main Street barely breathed, you know, but people were paying attention to everything else while people were struggling to pay rent, you know, raise their kids. And so it's not like the middle class was fixed, you know, and people weren't told the real reasons why they were struggling. They were told they were struggling because of immigrants, because of globalism. And, you know, it's like racialized scapegoating 101, you know, while still giving tax cuts to billionaires, you know, and then people praise him because he talks like you and that sort of a thing. But the middle class is still shrinking. People are working 2-3 jobs just to survive. The millennials, young folks, they may never own homes at all. So it's like, it's all these culture wars. But the bottom line is unchecked greed. And so we're distracted with all this race baiting while all of that is being erased. And I think that's how we got here.
If I may add too, is that one of the situations that caused some of this is going back to Jimmy Carter. You all probably heard about it, but Jimmy Carter and Clinton, and that's the 401k and the NAFTA. That's what got us here. So for some of the things you all are speaking about and looking for, you have to go back to the 60s and 70s time period, probably up to about mid-80s, when those opportunities were still there and started just disappearing over time. And the greed that you're speaking about, corporate, all of our future retirements and investments are part of a lot of Wall Street and the market, and they're gambling our money away. It's like any other type of gambling, where the 401k is just that. It's just, you know, you're going to lose. For the most part, the house wins. That are the big deals.
Well, I do largely agree. To the identity issues.
Guys, let me jump in for 2 seconds. I'm out of here. I'm out of here. I'm handing the room over to the other administrator of the house, which is Mr. Rolo, D. Rohan. Everybody have a great night. Be safe. Be nice. Rohan, it's yours.
Love you, babe. Thanks, JB.
Thanks, JB. We appreciate it. Just to sign off on one thing. Look, healthy debates have been going for.
It moved the.
What you crying for, bitch? Cause he dancing with Jesus, you about to dance with them brooms for life. See how they go, bitch? You hoes are fucking insane. You bitches are unfit. And you over there dealing with postpartum fucking depression and won't get no help. Fuck you bitches. And those babies gotta experience that abuse. That's sad, man. Y'all should always pat yourself on the back if you know that you have done and do the best that you can by your kids, child. But these unfit bitches that we hear screaming in their mics every day, child, fuck them. Wouldn't dare sit with no bitch that don't give a fuck about their kids. Girl, fuck y'all. I do not fuck with you bitches. Just, Y'all don't have no motherfucking coop about yourself, bitch. Yeah. Shout out to you, mama. Out of all these memories that's been called, she was the only one to let a bitch know. Cause that's some shit I'll say about mine. But you call me about mine, bitch, I'ma drag the fuck out of you and your mammy. If not, pull up at their motherfucking house, bitch. Bring your bitch ass outside. Nah, burners, y'all was in here. Cause they come in spaces where they're not welcome. You had a nigga the trafficker that said a bitch sucked the shit off his dick and then stuck it in her ass jumping on stage the other night, knowing he about to get spit out the room, telling me that I should be quiet because he inside of here on the burner all day. You been babbling all night, Randy, bitch. Shut your ass up, bubble mouth ass, bitch. Hallway. 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 You on the run, bitch. You about to run in that hallway. Hallway. Fuck you. Hallway. Hallway, y'all. Yeah, this my last night. To me and my peoples that be rocking with me on fan base, we going back home. I think our work here is done. You know, we'll see these people, you know, August the 2nd. You know, I think our work over here is done. Yeah, that's where I'll be. So, yeah, we go wherever the fuck we want to go. If Elon would have been acting right for the black community, we'll be over there holding spaces. But since he want to be a dick, fuck him and his ass. So I'm never going back over there. I do think I'm going to fuck with Chatter, though. I've been over there like a couple of times last week ago. You know? Look, on a burner. Don't old touch kids. Look at the burner. Can you just imagine that? Y'all like talking about kids being touched. Something is strange about your comment. Something is strange. Are you okay? Oh. You're not okay, babe. You're not okay. Oh, your burner. Oh, we already know that's Ariel. Yeah, we know that's Ariel, babe. Or, you know, it could be Larry, though. He another flunky. He got 15 burners.